Hola, ¿qué tal? Y bienvenido. Güey, algo que me fascina de los youtubers españoles que hacen videos de misterios es que todos tienen como el mismo intro, pero con, con una que otra diferencia. Muy, muy divertido. Perdón, es que estuve viendo este fin de semana, sacaron como la nueva cosa de Esto de los ovnis me tiene muerto de risa personalmente porque les están dando, ¿no? Todo, ¿qué es? El día de la... que les dan toda la información, que por cierto ya vi esa película, eh, la de Steven Spielberg, ya que salió en casa. Gran desperdicio de $29, por cierto. Eh, y les dieron toda la noticia de los extraterrestres a todo el mundo, ¿no? Y todos están bien decepcionados, güey. La gente que cree en otras cosas esperando que el gobierno de Estados Unidos les dé la verdad de algo, ¿no? Me encanta, me encanta. Güey, ¿saben qué? Los quiero, cabrones. Me da gusto que todavía tengan esperanza, que todavía se crean, ahora sí que tengan de cierta forma ese tipo de ingenuidad que literalmente es un poco inocencia, ¿no? Uno que ya está dado a la verga, que ya no cree en nada, ya está, ya se siente como un árbol quemado. No, ustedes me da gusto que todavía tengan esa inocencia, no importa que tengan 60 años. Eh, Bienvenidos a este Nadie Me Preguntó, donde vamos a platicar de algo que acaba de cambiar bastante grande, en mi opinión, en todo el paradigma para adelante, porque personalmente cuando analizo y me gusta ver de la economía, no me gusta ver datos de gobierno. Me gusta ver los datos del gobierno como ver las ventas y las compras de Michael Saylor de Bitcoin, ¿no? Cuando está en altos históricos, compra más y me anuncian que va a comprar más para asegurarme que yo compre en las peores posiciones, ¿no? Y cuando está en el bajo más bajo, está vendiendo y es el peor güey del mundo, ¿no? Es más o menos como tienes que leer los datos de gobierno, pura payasada. Pero la razón por qué y cómo los usan para todos ustedes, para que sepan, es cuando quieren que te vuelvas bajista, te dan muy buenos datos, ¿no? Como, güey, pues es que la inflación continúa por las excelentes ventas y todo el mundo dice, no mames, nunca van a bajar los intereses. Y luego del otro lado, cuando te quieren volver muy alcista, es de, güey, todo el país está de la verga, van a tener que bajar intereses, ¿no? Que por cierto, una locura. Pero para mí es más sencillo este pedo. A mí siempre se me hace muy importante platicar con la gente alrededor y ver cuál es mi situación personal y la de toda la gente alrededor mío. Porque eso es lo que en verdad me dicta cómo va la economía. Y aquí tengo una entrada bastante interesante, donde tengo la habilidad de platicar con gente que tienen empresas bastante grandes, medianas, y también fondos de inversión, y gente que invierte individualmente. Ayer les compartí en X que había visto algo cambiar muy grande, que efectivamente y les voy a contar ahorita de dónde saco esto, los fondos de inversión que son chicos, o sea, chicos a medianos, que ponte tú, el más chico invierte mínimo $1 millón en esto, ¿no? Al año. Invierte en diferentes empresas al año, $1 millón. Todos están buscando ya algo diferente. ¿Y cuál es eso diferente? Lo que estaban buscando antes, para los que no lo sepan, es obviamente algo que tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial, pero no, en realidad le metían a cualquier negocio que tuviera sentido y que estuviera haciendo dinero. Para que los que no sepan y les cueste trabajo todavía invertir, si están invirtiendo en negocios, la idea es, no inviertas en un negocio que va a abrir, invierte en un negocio que tiene que expandir. Ahí es donde normalmente le vas a pegar muchas más veces porque cuando estás abriendo tienes todos los riesgos, cuando estás expandiendo ya te quitaste mínimo 9 de 10 negocios que hubieran fracasado. Eso es literalmente lo que me ha ayudado a volverme mucho mejor en ese tipo de inversiones, aunque, lo tengo que decir, me he salido de hacer eso para simplemente invertir en un mercado más líquido, que es lo de las acciones. Eh, es mucho más fácil para mí y aparte me llevo dinero más rápido, etcétera. Obviamente los retornos de invertir en un startup que necesita expandir son enormes si te esperas, pero yo siento que ya estoy bien posicionado ahí y me estoy moviendo. Con eso dicho, toda la gente que normalmente está metida en esto está buscando este tipo de negocios. Y me gusta platicar con ellos cada 2, 3 meses más o menos, estos cuates que tengo. Güey, ellos me escriben y me preguntan, oye, güey, ¿no tienes un negocio así que en el que pueda meterle una lana y no sé qué? ¿No? Es normalmente lo que pasa. Todo el tiempo todo el mundo está buscando algo. Y En los últimos días, no sé por qué coincidí, platiqué con 4 diferentes, 3 diferentes inversores, ¿no? Fondos de inversión, y platiqué con un negocio. Y en realidad son 2 negocios. Porque, eh, uno de estos negocios está buscando salir, ¿no? Tener ya una venta porque ya la armó en grande y ya está del otro lado. Y el problema que el negocio grande tiene para vender en este momento es que nadie tiene dinero para comprar. No están comprando negocios ahorita por alguna razón de ese tamaño, ¿ok? Pero yo creo que esto viene comparado con lo de los demás, donde los otros negocios y los fondos se juntan en esto, porque los negocios que son más chicos, que están creciendo, lo que están buscando es inversión, ¿no? Siempre te buscas capitalizar a una mejor valuación, poder seguir agregando para tus operaciones y seguir tu expansión lo más rápido posible. Y sobre todo en este tiempo donde la deuda está carísima, lo que menos quieres hacer es meterte en pedos y meterte en una deuda tremenda. Y lo que estamos viendo en común en todos estos puntos, y esto es lo que tienen que entender, me preguntaban en X, ¿no? ¿De dónde sacas esta información? ¿Dónde la puedo leer? Es de gente que conozco, güey, ¿no? Y esto es a mí lo que me guía. Si tú quieres leer algo en una revista, probablemente te va a dar toda la ventaja que todo el mundo tiene que leer esa revista o esa publicación. Yo no. Yo prefiero todavía mis conspiraciones, ¿no? Porque recuerden, todo lo que hago es conspiranoico. Y lo que está pasando en este momento es, los fondos están buscando empresas que puedan reducir el precio de sus productos en total, reducir el precio de sus productos y incrementar el volumen de ventas. Eso es lo que están buscando. Y las empresas que están buscando dinero, las exitosas, van a poder hacer eso porque tienen márgenes bastante chonchos y buenos y no tienen un costo fijo gigantesco, no tienen muchísimos empleados, no se están gastando fortunas en marketing, nada de esto. ¿Y esto qué significa? Mucha gente no lo entiende, ¿no? Por más que sea, a mi punto de vista es bastante obvio, pero es sencillo. Esto quiere decir, damas y caballeros, que ponte tú, si vendes café en el súper, ¿no? En todos los súpers, en todos los mercados. Si vendes café en todos los mercados, tienes que poder bajarle el precio a tu café. Si le vas a bajar el precio a tu café, no te está diciendo que vas a estar en pérdidas cuando vendas tu café, va a decir que tus márgenes se van a achicar, pero vas a tener que vender más volumen. ¿Por qué te tienes que fijar en más volumen? Uno, para poder, obviamente, incrementar ese gap que existe con la menor cantidad de dinero que te vas a llevar por cada bolsa de café, ¿no? Entonces vas a tener que vender más para poder hacer lo mismo. Eso quiere decir que vas a tener que trabajar más para tener el mismo tipo de retorno en estos momentos. Y dos, porque va a haber muchísimos negocios que van a quebrar. Cuando muchos negocios quiebran, y esto pasa todo el tiempo, lo que pasa es cuando vas al súper ahorita que tienes 10,000 opciones de comprar bolsitas de café, ¿no? Va a haber nada más 3. Y esas 3 van a darle a todo el mundo todo el café que necesita. Estoy dándote un ejemplo bastante extenso que no tiene tanto sentido literalmente hablando, pero es para que lo entienda todo el mundo. Esto quiere decir que vamos a ver muchas empresas desaparecer y muchas empresas quedarse. Este es el punto donde aquellas empresas que lo han hecho bien, que han aguantado, que han estado simplemente posicionándose correctamente, no han estado gastando a lo pendejo, no están tirando el dinero, no se están llevando un margen de este tamaño y están haciéndolo bien, esas empresas van a ser muy exitosas en el próximo ciclo. Y el problema es, va a haber muchísimas que no. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Esto quiere decir que como consumidores, la buena noticia para todos nosotros es que vienen precios más bajos. Eso es bueno para nosotros, pero también para nosotros, las personas normales, esto quiere decir precios más bajos, quiere decir que efectivamente estamos entrando en, 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 en esa época deflacionaria en la que les he venido platicando ya desde hace un rato, que estamos viendo diferentes formas, pero no tan en tu cara. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tardar esto en llegar a tiendas y que empieces a ver todo en descuentos? No tengo ni puta idea. Como siempre les digo, ¿no? Todo tiene que ser manejado de acuerdo a cómo se maneja y ponerle fechas a algo es suicidio. Pero esto es algo que ya parece ser la tendencia para adelante en cuanto a invertir en una empresa, y esto es lo que todas las empresas que están levantando dinero están escuchando. Esto quiere decir que precios más bajos vienen, esto quiere decir que intereses más bajos vienen, y esto quiere decir que efectivamente vamos a ver una caída de todo, todo, todo brutal cuando esto ya pegue por fin. Y lo puedes sentir en todos lados, ¿no? No tienes que ser un puto genio y estar conectado con el mercado en todos lados. La gente no tiene dinero, no tiene un puto clavo para morirse. La otra cosa, y quienes van a sufrir duro, es la gente que hace publicidad para otros. Deberían de ser en realidad los primeros en sentirlo, y eso tiene sentido con lo que he estado escuchando, que les he dicho, ¿no? De las pláticas de las amigas de mi mujer, donde les pagan una mierda. O a mí, por ejemplo, tuve el honor de que una marca Premier, así me dijeron, Premium, ¿no? Creo que es Premium, no Premier. Una marca Premium de papel de baño me ofreció una limosna por hacer un Reel y un TikTok. Nada mal. Y hasta me quedé pensando, ¿no? Le hubiera contestado, ¿qué no se supone que esta marca es Premium? Pero si eso le están pagando, eso es algo que les quiero, pues les voy a dar números porque me da igual, ya no hago esto. Normalmente por hacer un post en Instagram o un TikTok, para mí me pagan entre 20 y 30 mil dólares, ¿no? O me pagaban 20 y 30 mil dólares cuando lo hacía. Y entiendan cuánta gente de verdad existe, ¿no? Que tiene esta cantidad de, no solamente de seguidores, pero que puede levantar 1 a 2 millones de vistas por video sin pedos en esas plataformas. Ahorita me ofreció esta marca, y por cierto, si ponte tú en Estados Unidos haces un comercial, y esto es por ley de la televisión, ¿no? Vamos a hablar de solamente la televisión, olvídate de esto. Si en la televisión haces un comercial de papel de baño, de desodorante, de comezón en la panocha, de cualquier producto que sea como penoso, te tienen que pagar no solamente lo que pagan normalmente base, te dan como un bono de 5 o 7 veces la cantidad base, mínima, porque, güey, es bochornoso, es embarazoso, ¿cómo se dice? Te debería dar pena, ¿no? Entonces, que un papel de baño me escriba y me quiera pagar 10 veces menos, que son 25,000 pesos, por hacer estas dos cosas. Lo que espero es que literalmente esta marca de papel de baño esté en la mierda y que sea una estafa o algo así, ¿no? Es lo que yo esperaría. Pero si eso le están ofreciendo a gente que gana lo que yo ganaba, no puedo imaginarme cómo les va a afectar en su día a día a esas personas. Y ahora ustedes van a decir, sí, güey, pero que se vayan a la verga todos los influencers y que se mueran. Sí, sí, sí. Pero todos ustedes, bola de pendejos, están haciendo todo esto en su teléfono todo el día para poder lograr esto ganando 3 pesos o haciendo cosas gratis. Eso quiere decir que a todos ustedes también les va a afectar. ¿Ok? No solamente a la gente que tiene un chingo de dinero y un chingo de seguidores que se van a joder, que tú estás de a huevo, a todos ustedes también les va a afectar esto. Y esto es como empiezas a ver un alentamiento. Mientras más culero se vea esto, porque lo que están haciendo es dejándote ver que se viene la choncha. Algo que les compartí, por ejemplo, en X, y esto es lo que les quiero enseñar, es muy difícil poder comprender esto. Es muy difícil de verdad entender cómo funciona la bolsa y cómo funciona el mercado y todo, porque suena completamente loco que no tenga sentido. Pero, por ejemplo, todos estos canales, yo no sigo estos güeyes, ¿ok? Yo no los sigo. Pero estos videos me aparecieron todos el fin de semana. El primero es, los mercados se van a romper y rápido. El segundo, Japón va a explotar, que también nos adelantamos nosotros. Luego, este es el cóctel de la muerte de los mercados, y esto también tiene que ver con Japón explotando, ¿no? Y ese tipo de cosas, tíos, que te están poniendo en todos lados, lo hacen a propósito. Porque recuerda, el Internet no funciona como antes, que era un espacio viral. Es como cripto, güey. Si estás en cripto, entiendes cómo funciona el Internet. El Internet antes era, cuando yo empecé a hacer videos de teléfonos, literalmente subía un video y si tenía más vistas que todos los demás en 24 horas, me ponían hasta adelante en la página del mundo en el video más visto. Punto. Ahorita ya los escogen sistemáticamente para que te estén dando ideas y cosas que tengas en la cabeza. Esto se lo están poniendo a todos ustedes en la cabeza. No me sorprendería si Paco en este momento, tu Paco favorito, cualquiera de estos Pacos, te diría que hay incertidumbre. No, cuando usan esa palabra, apuesta para arriba, carnal, porque nunca ha habido certidumbre de que la bolsa va a subir, recuérdalo. Y esto que están poniéndote enfrente, te están dando todas las malas noticias a huevo para que no te subas a la bolsa. Recuerda que cuando van a tirar los mercados, y aquí no podemos hacer nada, tienes un episodio como el de octubre 10 en cripto, que todo da un flashazo para abajo gigantesco y se recupera. Y nadie te explica qué fue. Esa es la característica principal de una fuerte caída que va a continuar. Y eso todavía no lo hemos visto. Y si tienes y vives, estás invertido y ves la gran caída esa que te digo, espérate, vas a poder recuperar casi hasta el máximo histórico. Es lo que siempre pasa. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene que hacer a la gente psicológicamente jugar contigo, ¿no? Tiene que hacer creer a la gente que fue una gran oportunidad de compra. Tienes que hacer y escuchar a toda la gente que compró ese dip, ese flash dip, que fueron unos genios para que después se los lleve a la verga. Esa es una característica de un mercado bajista. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo ahorita? Estamos viendo descuentos. ¿Dónde estoy viendo descuentos en mi vida personal? Güey, me ofreces un coche de $2 millones, 4 meses después vale $1 millón. Cuenta como descuento. Me compré un coche gratis. No, básicamente el coche que me compré me salió en nada, nada. Lo iba yo a pagar cash y mi cuate me dijo, güey, no lo pagues cash, te doy dinero a 1% y aparte, como te doy dinero a 1%, te puedo dar otro descuento de $20,000 encima. No mames, gracias, lo tomo. Entonces, no solamente coches ofrecidos, coche comprado. Bien, palomita. Normalmente, ya no me he metido mucho a ver casas, ¿no? Me he estado fuera de eso, de estar viendo casas, ¿no? Estoy muy contento en donde estoy ahorita por la locación, por donde estamos. Y me metí este fin de semana por todo esto. A ver, pero quité el filtro que tengo, porque yo tengo un filtro para comprar casa donde vivo, donde quiero comprar mi casa con la mayor cantidad de cash posible, ¿no? Entonces, mi precio no es tan elevado porque no quiero tener una hipoteca de 30 años, no me interesa. Y quité el filtro ese, porque, güey, todas las casas alrededor mías valen 6, 8, 12 millones de dólares, no lo puedo creer. Y no lo digo para presumir, lo digo, son como pocilgas, son casitas, no son casotas. Eh, Me cuesta mucho poder comprender eso de verdad y aceptarlo, es una locura. Pero todas las casas están a la verga, todo el vecindario está a la venta, todo, todo, todo. Yo no había visto eso, pero no me estoy metiendo todo el tiempo. Todo el vecindario está a la venta. Y están bajándole, ¿no? Güey, una casa de 8 millones de dólares le baja $100,000, ¿no? Hoy sí, güey, ya. El güey que te iba a pagar 8.2 y está de acuerdo a comprarla por 8.1. Entonces empieza así. Y para que sepan, porque la pregunta más grande, otra cosa. Un amigo me habló, esta fue separada, porque había un chiste en línea que vi y tenía el chiste en línea una foto de nuestro producto. Y le mandé esto y le digo, güey, no sé si lo que estén hablando sea verdad o no del chiste en línea, pero qué chingón, ve la foto de nuestro producto, se fue viral por esto. Y el güey me habló y me empezó a contar de esto, la chingada, y me dice, la razón por la que se están burlando es porque el esposo tiene, no les voy a dar contexto, el esposo tiene una empresa de bienes raíces donde invirtieron una cantidad enorme en propiedades en Texas y pues, güey, malas noticias, ¿no? Tienen que vender un chingo de propiedades. Él tiene que vender su casa y todo esto en lo que su mujer está haciendo lo que está haciendo, que no les voy a explicar tampoco. Y le digo, güey, yo la neta no me importa nada de eso. Estaba más como por el chiste de lo que estaban contando, ¿no? Y me dijo, sí, güey, pero ¿tú cómo lo ves? ¿Tú qué crees que va a pasar con eso? Y yo, pues, güey, si ya te están dando las señales, ¿no? Te está diciendo el güey que trabaja en bienes raíces que está a punto de quebrar, o lo estás viendo que está vendiendo su casa porque literalmente no hay dinero. ¿Qué crees que signifique? Y esto no quiere, y ahora no se equivoquen, por favor, aquí. Esto no quiere decir que la bolsa tiene que caer mañana. Para nada, ¿eh? Esto puede aguantarte 1 año, 2 años, 3 años, lo que ellos quieran. Lo que ellos quieran para mantener esta ilusión. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando tiren la bolsa, ese es el momento final. Quiero que recuerden que esta vez lo que tiene a todo el mundo sintiéndose rico es la bolsa. El efecto riqueza está en la bolsa. ¿Y por qué les digo esto? Porque veo a todos los boomers, ¿no? Como los que vi en Hawái, que me contaban que les estaba yendo de la verga en sus empresas, pero la bolsa está en altos históricos, güey. ¿Sabes cuánto dinero tengo? ¿No? A esos güeyes les sigue yendo de la verga con sus empresas, quiero que lo sepan. Pero el día que ya les tires la bolsa se van a emputar. Y esto le va a pasar a todo el mundo. Y ahí es cuando todo el mundo se va a dar cuenta de qué es lo que está pasando. Entonces, a mi gusto, no lo puedes tener por tanto tiempo ocurriendo porque, pues, güey, ya sin empleo, no te alcanza para nada. Y aparte me tiras la bolsa, te las van a armar de pedo. Y yo creo que esto es parte de lo que estamos viendo ahorita con la bolsa en altos históricos. Normalmente en años de elecciones, de midterms, de elecciones de medio tiempo, de medio término, perdón, es cuando ves la bolsa ajustar y este año no. Estás viendo que literalmente todo está quebrando, todo, pero la bolsa en él, papi. Y es ahí donde se esconde el gran secreto, en mi opinión. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Simplemente lo que hemos estado diciendo todo este tiempo, güey, porque todo el mundo quiere que las cosas pasen en 2 segundos, pero ahorrar, saber lo que estás haciendo con tu dinero para poder invertirlo correctamente es muy importante. Porque en el 2008, cuando ocurrió 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, nos recuperamos con qué? ¿Cuánta gente no creó aplicaciones móviles? ¿Cuánta gente no creó negocios digitales? ¿Cuánta gente no abrió una tienda de Shopify? ¿Cuánta gente no abrió una tienda de lo que te imagines, güey? ¿Cómo nos vamos a recuperar ahora que la inteligencia artificial va a hacer todo? Esta vez no sé, y esto es lo que les he dicho una y otra vez, güeyes. Por eso no estoy acá de pendejo abriendo 1000 negocios, además de que me encanta vivir de vacaciones y no tener pedos, ¿no? No tener que escuchar pendejadas de, uff, güey, perdón, me voy a venir ahorita en los pantalones y les sigo diciendo esto. Por cierto, tembló en Colombia, espero que todos estén bien. Vi en mi X que todos están bien, que nada más les duró un chingo el temblor, pero también fue Colombia y todos los países alrededor, así que qué cabrón. El sol ha estado como loco, cabrones, para que lo tengan en mente y continúa como loco. Pero bueno, simplemente manténganse en su plan, cabrones. No hay de otra, no hay nada que se pueda hacer más que lo que hemos platicado 1 millón de veces en este canal y no creo que sea momento de repetirlo. Ok, bueno, voy a dejar también acá para que caigan a nuestro Discord. Los quiero invitar, que aquí también comparto qué es lo que estoy haciendo con mis pendejadas, ¿no? Como cuando Ray Dalio nos dio la excelente noticia y vieron que bastantes acciones subieron ya 30-40% desde que el tío Ray Dalio salió. Este tipo de cosas están aquí, este tipo de señales gratis, también actualizaciones de uno que otro trade, que por ejemplo, no fue público, pero se los di a la gente de la clase y lo dejé acá y me encanta que me manden mis banderitas de judío. Sí. Están locos. Y en el Discord también tienen, Alex manda muchísimos trades por acá, para que lo vean, aquí lo tienen. También Farhan, tenemos también lo de los bots de trading para que lo tengan ahí bien puesto. Y cualquier cosa de lo que estén diciendo, tienen acá Criptolingo para que puedan básicamente entender todas las abreviaciones del planeta con esto. Tíos, de corazón les recomiendo que aprendan a leer una puta tabla porque, otra vez, ¿qué vamos a hacer en un futuro donde no existen negocios donde podemos crecer, donde te van a contratar? ¿Qué vas a hacer? Por eso ahorita la idea es, y luego les platicaré del peor escenario, ¿no? Que es literalmente suena a que están reventando todo para mandarlo a la verga todo y empezar de cero en otra forma, pero bueno, eso lo platicaremos después. Por ahora, si quieres aprender cómo leer tablas, simplemente vete a nuestro sitio. Está aquí abajo, en la descripción del video en YouTube. Y tenemos esto, es un curso de cero a trader, conceptos súper básicos, 1 hora 40 minutos, para que puedas leer una tabla. La idea aquí no es hacerte un trader, es literalmente que puedas leer una tabla, cabrón, y entiendas lo que estamos platicando. Porque me doy cuenta cuando no sabes leer tablas y te dicen, güey, esto es lo que está pasando, y te enseñan una tabla y dices, entonces no dijiste nada. Necesitas entender básicos, y esto te los va a dar absolutamente todo. La mejor forma de entenderlo es vete al curso un par de veces y luego ven estos en vivos, güey, y ve lo que estamos diciendo, hablando, etcétera. Y con eso deberías de aprender. Son 3 horas, 3 veces, 3 horas y media, casi 4, 3 veces a la semana. Es bastante tiempo. Y si con eso no es suficiente y tienes preguntas, tenemos las trading sesiones en vivo, donde tenemos también el curso, tenemos otros videos, tenemos 150, casi 160 horas ya de contenido, de clases privadas con la comunidad, donde explicamos un chingo de preguntas que tengan que probablemente te ayude también. Entonces, básicamente, esto es el curso más 160 horas de preguntas y respuestas en clase, junto con la habilidad de preguntar cosas aquí en vivo y en directo. Y pues, ¿qué más? Y otros videillos como cómo usar apalancamiento y todas esas cosas. Y para que puedas también preguntar en estos en vivos, güey, podemos analizar esto. Tenemos alertas de trading también, donde les mandamos qué estamos viendo, qué nos estamos metiendo. Pero si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no las sigas, no te van a funcionar. Te lo juro por mi vida, no te van a funcionar, no importa lo que creas, no te van a funcionar. Así que si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, olvídalas. Más allá de eso, tenemos acá en Tutos, para la gente que pregunta, ¿no? ¿Cómo tradear? ¿Por qué estamos enseñando esto de los bots? ¿No? Que es lo de PIONEX, que lo tienes acá. La razón por qué es porque estás tradeando un rango. Y no sé cuántos de ustedes se den cuenta que Bitcoin está en un puto rango de mierda. Esto es perfecto para eso. Cuando te quedas en un rango, compras, vendes, o compras, vendes, de los dos lados, ¿no? Y lo mejor de todo esto es que es automatizado y puedes copiar simplemente en el Discord los que está creando Alex para comprar y vender, para que no tengas que hacer nada. Y aquí explica cómo funciona en un video de 6 minutos. También para toda la gente, estoy viendo esto, eh, del giveaway de BLOFIN. Boys, good morning. I just wanted to let you know, Alex, I saw the clock was winding down to 0. I clicked on it to draw it, and just because I didn't do it exactly at 0, it started the new one.
Okay. So Monday's drawing reset basically.
Do you understand? Yeah, exactly. So he just resets and then goes on to the next one. So I don't know, like, if the window is 5 minutes and I need to do it in those 5 minutes or what the fuck. But yeah, that's a little buggy that these motherfuckers have.
Right.
Either way, I'm going to remove you and put you back in a second.
Right,
Thank you, sir. También tenemos las rifas de Elite Trading Academy, donde le estamos regalando $4,800, casi $5,000 a la semana, con simplemente tradear con nosotros en BLOFIN. Y eso está acá y también en la descripción del video. Cómo tradear en BLOFIN, mis estimados, ¿no? Y acá tienes un video de 15 minutillos donde te explico absolutamente todo. Aquí está el enlace para que puedas participar en todo lo que hacemos. ¿Ok? Con este enlace, simplemente haciendo tus trades, pero solamente participa en esto si ya estás tradeando y sabes lo que estás haciendo y simplemente estás buscando dónde obtener más bonos de regalo y estas pendejadas. No lo vayas a usar si no tienes ni puta idea de ¿cómo se llama? Si no tienes ni puta idea de lo que estás haciendo, porque no te va a ayudar en nada, ¿ok? Simplemente quiero que eso quede claro. A ver, creo que aquí lo tenemos para poder hacer el regalo de hoy. Sí. Well done, Alex. Yes, it was. Bien, pues vamos a empezar con este regalito de BLOFIN. Otra vez, lo único que tienen que hacer y lo que están haciendo las personas que están participando en este pedo es tradeando con nosotros. Tienen todas las reglas en ¿cómo se dice? En Discord, y yo creo que las debería poner yo en el post ahí, güey. Soy un pendejo. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar con los $200. Hay muy poca gente tradeando, hay muy poca gente en este momento, lo tengo que advertir, en estos lugares. ¿Por qué? Porque es verano, porque Bitcoin está en el punto normalmente donde está cerca del fondo, que no me importa si es ahorita o baja más o la verga, es irrelevante. Esto es donde la gente se sale. Así como en la euforia del tope, cuando está barato todo, nadie lo quiere comprar. Güey, la psicología de los mercados es una mamada, pero nadie lo está comprando. Les digo esto por si ven el mismo ganador varias veces, es simplemente que hay 3 pendejos que seguimos aquí tradeando, ¿ok? Es todo. Michael Saylor vendiendo y nosotros 3. Vamos a ver qué sacamos en este momento con estos $200 en bonos de futuros. A ver quién se los lleva, mis estimados. ¿Quién será el primer ganador? ¿Va a ser repetido o no? Yo voy a decir que sí. Yo voy a decir que sí, güey, porque hay 3 pendejos que estamos aquí. Debería yo participar en esto, ¿no? No, es la primera vez que Vergue se lleve $200. de sus bonos. Felicidades, vamos con los 400, a ver quién se los lleva. Y ahora, igual y este cabrón se lleva a todos, ¿no? Igual y este güey se puede llevar todos. Vamos a ver en un segundo si se va a llevar todos, porque en la pasada se llevó los 200 y los 1000. No, BS. Vientos, felicidades, mi estimado, te llevas $400 en bonos. Y acá, en $1000, ¿quién se va a llevar estos $1000, brother? Vamos a ver. Tengo una comezón en el ojo cabrona. Vamos a ver quién se lleva estos $1000. Va a ser uno de estos dos güeyes. Tiene que, si no, regálenmelos a mí. Veo. Bueno, Veo ganó la semana pasada, creo que 30 concursos. Así que felicidades, Veo. Sigues ganando. Ahí tienen. $1600 regalados en este stream. Recuerden que el miércoles vamos a regalar, el viernes vamos a seguir regalando para todos los que tradean en BLOFIN. Si estás buscando el enlace, ve a YouTube, pon Alejandro Salomón y busca el enlace ahí, güey. No seas huevón. Es todo lo que tengo para ustedes. Con eso dicho y hecho, vámonos a darle a los análisis de Bitcoin. Como de que no, déjenme simplemente pongo esto acá. All right. Good morning, boys. We got this.
Yes, cabrones.
How you doing?
Jacket. Doing pretty well. Doing nice. I'm in my last full day in Chicago, and tomorrow we're heading back to Texas.
In the Windy City, huh?
Yeah.
I saw your pizza instant reel, and I was just like, "Fuck, that looks so good."
It was so fucking delicious.
Chicago pizza is supposed to be one of the best, like maybe better than New York pizza.
Nah, New York still reigns supreme. New York.
Really? I've never been to Chicago, so I wouldn't know.
Chicago is amazing, but New York pizza is better.
Oh, okay. And if I'm gonna get mugged, I'd rather get mugged in New York, than in Chicago. Like that's like the B team of like the big cities.
Yeah, if you're gonna get robbed, you're gonna get your arm chopped off. You might as well do it in London or New York City.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad that we all agree on this one. What's going on with the Bitcoins? God damn it. This fucking range is gonna fucking give me hemorrhoids, dude.
Oh, yeah. I'm 25, same. Nothing really has changed on Bitcoin. The interesting part is CME is telling a different story versus the index, which is interesting because I do believe CME did get that daily closure back above 65,000. We'll see it here. Closure was at 65,175. But you're going to notice that today on CME, it's a deviation play, perhaps. Now, remember what we said on Friday's stream? It didn't make sense to become a bull on Friday, in my opinion. Even the most bullish bulls were waiting for a pullback this week because bulls are in control on the weekly. But don't misinterpret that and thinking we're just going to move up now from here. Bulls are only getting the upper advantage on the weekly with the SMA 200. Now, there's been a lot of chop around the SMA 200, and last time bulls got the upper hand, they did not get the expansion. You will notice here that what literally stopped us, even on a weekly, despite weekly SMA 200 reclaimed, was your weekly 9, firstly, and your $65,000 region. We need that $65,000 region to actually break. Because if not, you're not getting this type of consolidation. You're just not. This is the opposite of what's occurring. You're consolidating under 65,000. We saw what occurred above 65K. Now, right, hopefully this won't occur, but what could occur under 65K? A breakdown, of course. Now, this week, you are looking to see weekly SMA 200 be a spring. No question about it. If you are bullish, it makes sense. You are being a little cautious. You didn't long yet because, right, 65K on index never got reclaimed. And I trade off the index for that reclaim. That's something I clarified on the index, 65K only, because there's a premium on CME. And so you will notice it's still rejected. Look at from July 23rd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And so that's also a bad sign for bears. If bears don't actually break us down towards 62.2, what's more likely going to happen is a pullback down to 64 and then a bounce. And again, spring scenario where you most likely break 65K with volume. Now, in my opinion, it's up or down still. But this is where we just got to keep the criteria and our checklist intact. So let's go back to the weekly and understand the weekly is good. That's a good sign. But remember, you are still between the 9 and the 5. So you're basically in the exact same market that you were in July 20th. That is what resulted into a pullback all the way down to 62.2 in 1 week, where price did lose SMA 200, where then last week we got the bounce off 62.2. EMA 9 still stayed under on the weekly, which is important because that still has a silver cross to the downside. Believe it or not, but it does. Where is my 55? All the way here. It's been in a silver cross for a long time now, all year. So good sign about this weekly closure. But are we full on confident quite yet? No. You now need to get the pullback. The pullback has to take you back above 65K. Into this week, if you see Bitcoin get a spring, boom, back above 65K, close above. Are we really like surprised about that to become a bull? No, the weekly 9 has set up very nicely to where it's going to be at 65,000 exactly. Understand that the last major rally was off of the weekly EMA 9 getting a reclaim that took you to the 100 and also the 34 basically. And so if we are trying to be bullish, it's good. You're looking at SMA 200 to give a reaction, but what you're still going to notice is my triggers to go long still haven't occurred. And that's why 65,000 now, even this week, is even more important than what it was last week. Last week, it was at 65.3, 65.4. You now fully have that weekly 9 shifted down. That is going to be the first criteria of a bull market. You got to get the weekly EMA 9 reclaimed and then a weekly trend shift. See, that's the bugger here is no weekly trend shift, right? Lower high, lower low, lower high. 3 weeks of nothing, right? And so that still means that even despite this reclaim, you are still in a very precarious spot. Bitcoin can absolutely dump from here. And please, let's not act like we haven't seen things quickly get reclaimed just for them to be traps on bulls. Let's see here. It was like this when we entered into a weekly buy trigger. 1 week didn't hold to 2 to 3 weeks, and then you deviated, dumped. We can see here, weekly EMA 9 got the reclaim, but this just wicked to the 21. You lost it into the following week. You rejected the weekly 9. Okay, 21 got the deviation. Remember this zone? You even go back to volatility. Remember, volatility was giving bulls a setup. We even had a volatility expansion set up here. 15%. You got the expansion. If it wants to load, whatever, 15% was here. You did get the expansion. You are going to see that it started to expand up, right? Got the breakout. 21 was reclaimed, but still could not hold it, deviated it, and broke down. The flavor of this bear market has been, let's make these major moves up. Let's take all shorts out. Let's get bulls to flip long. Let's get confirmation trades potentially starting, but no confirmation, right, on any of these moves I just showed. And then let's dump. And I only say that because this would be a perfect week to set up for a lower low. I know we've been calling for downside the last few weeks. If bulls do not hold this SMA 200, I do believe this is going to be a criteria where we're going to go down to 62.2. It's like what I said before. Hit 62.2 a lot too, just like you've hit 65 a lot. It's funny because really whichever one probably gets tested again is probably going to break, in my opinion, either 65 next week, 62 this week. But in all reality, I mean, you've just hit these zones a bunch of times. It is weak now. This range is not going to last forever. So if you are someone who's just been feeling like this market's doing nothing, absolute chop zone, terrible. You're right. It's been terrible. But at least we can confidently say now we are in the end phases of this chop zone at the very minimum. You have daily volatility breaking above the moving average. You have finally some kind of move around 65K. You have wick high rejections. You've hit a daily EMA 9. All you need to do in this equation is lose 64.3 on a daily candle closure. You can even look at like 64.2, and that'll be a daily sell trigger. Your next zone will be 62.2, and that's going to be really determining our weekly close. Understand now what I'm going to do this week is really determine the weekly close with the dailies. So if today you saw a major move up and the daily closed right here today, would I become a bear? No, I would not. I would flip bull with the boys and we'd be looking for 66.8. That's just not the setup that's really populating quite yet. Now, if you today end up getting that 65K reclaim, you take out August 9th wick high, you consolidate, beautiful. Bears are spineless. They have no thesis anymore. You are going to break out. And that breakout most likely does take you all the way up to the 100. At minimum, that's 2% up. Well, understand that if today you actually lose a 64.3, this is going to be in a breakdown setup. Like I mentioned, you can use your daily sell trigger and understand that if this daily ends up getting under 64.3, well, you now know the weekly is going to start really looking like the SMA 200 is not going to hold. And we now know, okay, well, SMA 200 at 64K. If dailies start closing under 64K, there's your implication that, yeah, weekly is not going to hold this week. And then this was a trap potentially on bulls. I still think it's wise to be looking for traps on bulls because that has not changed this entire bull market. Again, I just showed it's been a very awesome time to trap bulls, get everyone bullish, and then dump. And that may mean we might need to break to the 21, right? That's at 69K. But still, you will get a pretty easy trigger here. And it's just not really the best confident signal when you're under the 9. But right, holding the SMA 200, but we've been here before in June. So let's really see if the daily is going to hold today and understand that really the long thesis still hasn't triggered yet for me. You can quickly see though that 165K does get reclaimed with force. There's not going to be anything stopping Bitcoin from going up. So this is, like I said last week, this is kind of the spot you need to see bears flex. If not, it's going to mean a multi-$1,000 pump. And at that point, it's going to really start looking like a weekly trend shift is occurring. Because remember, the weekly is still in a downtrend. You can throw on your trend wave catalyst. You can see the lower high is very obvious here. Lower low, lower high. Like we don't need to play the guessing game. And that's why if you want to be a bull, you have to get this weekly 9 reclaimed. And very, very, very simply, just take out July 20th high. If you do those two things, you are trend shifting potentially on the weekly. That is the literal first signs of a trend shift and maybe a bull market beginning. First signs, right? It's not the only sign, but first signs. And I talked about last week how, even if you maybe were looking like you were trend shifting here or even here, it's a little different because you weren't fully on your SMA 200. This is the logical to the book spot. You got to look for some kind of strength. But remember, multiple weeks of consolidation without getting it up isn't strength. So that's why now it's reset. We've got the reclaim again. So you kind of have to in your brain reset. So here was the reclaim. Here was the opportunity for bulls. It reset. So here's the reclaim. Here's the opportunity for bulls. We now know the easy trigger with the weekly 9. We can keep going now, the 5-day. But actually, I want to go to HBDR real fast. Check out where that weekly median is. Because remember, since October, the weekly median's been rejecting us massively. Okay, so a little shift here. Weekly median did get the reclaim, but that's at 62, basically 63K. So even in this perspective, it's saying more likely a retest of this SMA 200, and it plays into exactly what I said. If you don't see this weekly SMA 200 become a spring, which I believe the median's giving you confluence of that idea, right? Basically, right near the zones, maybe $1,000 away. Then you will break down and make new lows from here. So HBDR is literally saying most likely a move to 64, 63. If that holds, you're going to break it up to 74s, test maybe your weekly 34. And then again, there's your weekly trend shift. There's the reclaim. All is good. Let's see when the last time the weekly median got reclaimed. And so you'll notice the last time the weekly median got reclaimed, and again, this is why. And I'll talk about the biweekly soon, which has been our try and true time frame, in my opinion, because if you've been watching us for the last few months, you'll remember back in April how really the weekly looked extremely bullish. Weekly median reclaim, weekly 9, and we moved up. Remember, that was just testing your weekly 100. And so again, you did get expansion off your weekly median getting reclaimed back in April. And that's a good point to understand. Understand that the expansion really did occur once the weekly 9. So if the weekly median holds this week, and then you start seeing this weekly 9 get reclaimed, okay, now we're formulating an idea on maybe a nice bounce actually towards the 34. And again, that is literally the target of the HPDR, top 38.2% near the 34. But still not triggered yet, and I will just keep mentioning that. So the weekly median did get reclaimed, some more points on bulls to actually get the bounce up the weekly SMA 200. And that's why then watching your daily very closely is going to help you today, tomorrow, and this week. Can't really call for a weekly outcome if we're on Monday. So I think it makes sense to be watching your daily and 12-hour. Let's go to the 12-hour. Because 12-hour plays into what I'm mentioning as well. A little trap, a little predatory price action, unless today you see an expansion. We'll throw in your 100. We'll throw on this trend wave catalyst off. And you actually notice that the 12-hour 100 was holding. But again, this is why the criteria is very key here. 65K could not get it up. And I have to look at this one 12-hour close, which never happened on a daily, which was the criteria, and then the dump as like a trap. Now, understand that this 12-hour is in a deviation bullish play. That's why 64.4 to 64 flat is going to be very important today for bulls. Understand now that if this 12-hour EMA 100 continues to hold, this was the last big spot you got expansion off of. Now, I will say when you came in for a throwback, it didn't hold, and that's what caused the next leg down on Bitcoin, or at least in this range, next leg down. So in that reasoning, it really does solidify why the daily should not close under 64K. If you're truly just going to be bullish and the SMA 200 is grinding a bottom and we're about to break out to 76, you really shouldn't be doing this price action. This is like back in the range. You rather should just be consolidating before pushing up. So today is going to be important to see. And I will say on the bulls perspective, every time we've been rejecting 65K, it's gone to the bottom side of the range, which we're currently at, and it's just been bought up. Here, look at that, bought up. Chop, 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 chop. Squeeze, down, trap, dump. Is it going to get bought up? Hopefully not, because then that means we're not trending. We're not going down yet. Got to start seeing some stuff hit with force and or even just seeing volatility on like a 12-hour expand, which has not occurred yet. Daily volatility has not occurred, even expansion yet. Maybe breaking above the moving average. And so we'll keep going now. Remember what we said, the 2-day didn't allow us to go bull. 2-day 34 got rejected. This 2-day is putting in a massive volatility setup, in my opinion. Other one was back over here in August, September. And that was in the bull market towards the end of it. Understand the 2-day got the false breakout on that 117 pump. Boom. And then it reset, contracted. And then we got the breakout here. That was the new high on Bitcoin at 126. You're putting in major moves on this 2-day. It was a 15% bounce. And then remember what occurred. That was a trap. That was the entry to the bear market. And then price started to really dump hard off that 2-day volatility setup. You can measure it from this top down. And you went down 21% on a 2-day volatility setup, and it didn't stop there. That is what basically sparked the other higher time frame volatility setups, which is important now for us to understand because the 2-day is very close to becoming bullish. But this is why we have our criterias. This is why I was talking about this deviation on the 2-day. The fact that this still is in a bearish setup, and we are just retesting the 2-day 34. Now, we've now retested support. So again, it plays into the daily idea. Do we get that spring? Is bulls going to move up quickly? Regardless, you're still getting confluence at 65K being an easy long zone, really, in all honesty. Deviation of 65K, deviation of 65K, and now you're just rejecting 65K. So very, very easy to flip long, in my opinion, once you get that reclaim. 2-day median flirting maybe gets lost today. It opened above, I think, and its next target would be 61.5. Let me see the open, 64.9. So yeah, it did open above by just a small degree. You lose that though. Bitcoin starts losing 64K. What's the idea for bulls? Nothing. Actually, you're in a 2-day sell trigger. You still have lower highs, and you are giving a volatility setup. And this is consolidation up, by the way, on the lower time frames, consolidation up. Boop, boop, boop. We'll keep going. And I'm fully really ready to get this trending move up or down, truly, at this point, honestly. I just want to get out of this chop zone. Really, I do. I miss the days where we could get 15-minute setups that were giving 2% moves. If you go to the 15-minute now, it's just been absolutely shitty. Shitty. So hopefully. And like I mentioned, with the volatility on the daily breaking above its moving average, the 12 hours maybe looking like it wants to bust soon. You were not going to stay here forever. You are not. Just simply, you've been here since May. So this is towards the end. Inshallah. Now, let's see the 5-day, right? So the 5-day also is giving confluence to bulls, which is important because we've talked about this 5-day setup. But again, this is why you need to see a spring. You got to start seeing this 5-day get a spring off this 5-day EMA 9. And look at the little reclaim here. The 5-day EMA 9 has been holding price down. You did get the reclaim. You got to hold it. If you hold it, you'll get a target up to 66,000. And remember what I mentioned, that's testing near the weekly lower high. Your technical target from here is in 67,000, testing that last weekly lower high. But again, that's if you get the expansion here. We don't want a chop scenario and a trap on bulls. And that would mean that you just reclaim like your SMA 200, your 5-day 9, and then you dump. Gotta hold the 5-day 9. And understand you haven't really hit your 5-day 5, and that's at 64.3. That's very near the weekly SMA 200. So I would just be watching that carefully. Understand though, really, I mean, last time you got the expansion of the EMA 9, it did actually lead price up. It did. And it wasn't until you lost it again where you made the leg down. But again, you can have these little false breakouts where green dildos you reclaim. Look at even the 5-day median reclaimed. Next target was 78, 79K, or even higher, 81, 82. And then look at that terrible 5-day trap. This actually bearish engulfed, and you went down all the way to 65 from a 76K Bitcoin. So this is why, like, we are seeing literal things setting up for bulls, and we knew this would occur if the weekly SMA 200 got reclaimed this week. So now the big question is, are we going to hold 64K? Are bulls going to hold this momentum? Is the 5-day going to get the spring, and is the weekly going to get the spring? Only way to know is just watching the dailies, and I still stand on that. Only way to know is watching the daily. And again, in all honesty, 64K should hold. So that is the spot we're watching very carefully now, 64K. Well, what do you mean 65? Exactly. We're in a little range. I know someone got confused on that statement. 65 takes you to 64.3. That's a lower time frame meme line. That is right where your moving averages are. And understand, if you lose 64.3, you're back in this range of 62.2. Can look at this as 62.2, 65K, 69, and you get your lower time frame trading with like that 64.3, which is kind of what price is doing on the lower time frames currently. See that? Is this a 3-hour throwback, or is this it? Is this just a local top? Notice 64.3 on that 3 hours, right where that EMA 100 is. Let's go to the 4-hour. I like it a little better. And so it's still setting up pretty nicely. Lose 64K. I stand on what I said. You are going to break down on Bitcoin towards 62.2. You should get very excited about that. If you start losing 64 and breaking down to 62.2, means these lows aren't going to hold. You're probably going to break down. Understand this is consolidation up still on the lower time frames. Even the 4 hours of volatility setup. Let's actually check all the time frames. So hourly, no volatility setup. Hourly, EMA 100 got lost. So you're slightly in breakdown, but you're just between 64 and 64.9. Yeah, so even the 2-day has a setup now. You are getting the expansion. You are in two hour, not 2-day. My apologies. 2 hour. I'm going lower time frame up because we know daily, 12-hour, 5-day, 2-day all have volatility setups. What about like the hourly, 2-hour, 3-hour? Because I'm sitting here saying we're very close to getting out of this chop zone, so we then should start getting confluence on the lower time frames. Look at your 2-hour volatility setup. Look at the breakdown. Now understand, if you start losing that 64K again, even 2-hour agrees, you're in breakdown. Now the 2-hour is interesting because it's actually quite easy. If you actually take out this 2-hour red dildo, get closures back above that wick high, which again, hashtag 65K, you are going to break out towards that 66K. But this is setting up for a move down still, unless we're in chop and this is just a retest and a reclaim. Lower timeframes are still saying this is breaking down, and you're even getting volatility expansion confirming that on just a 2 hour. The hopium, and this is something we've talked about when we've entered into this long form chop, is maybe these 2 hour bleeds into the 4 hour, and then maybe that 4 hour bleeds into the 12 hour, and then the 12 hour bleeds into the daily, the 2-day, the weekly, and so forth. So what you're noticing is the hourly, 30-minute, 2 hour, and 3 hour are possibly getting expansion, but the 4 hour is not. And the 4 hour is a pretty easy one to kind of gauge. Understand this is the biggest 4 hour setup you've had since July 12th. All the other 4 hour setups have just been, they've been setups, but just tiny in the midst of this chop. So let's actually see where this 4 hour will take us. This 4 hour volatility fires to the upside. You will get a move up to around 66,000 to 67K. If this fires down, you will get a setup, I believe, towards 63.5 to 62.2, obviously. No, our ETA short never got taken out, and it never got invalidated at 65K reclaim. Just putting that out there. Doesn't mean it won't. Definitely doesn't mean it won't. But just still something to note there. And that's really why I like the criteria here on this range. It's pretty easy to know when to flip-flop, in all honesty. This is one of the easier points, in my opinion, on the chart, where it's like very easy to know when you're going to long. Now, we understand now the lower time frames perspective. We understand where we're at, what needs to lose if you're trying to become a bear and look for a breakdown, what needs to get reclaimed if you're trying to be a bull. Now we can start going to that higher time frame again. Talked about the weekly median. Now it's a good sign. That at least gives you confidence that weekly SMA 200 should be a spring. Now let's go to the bi-weekly, because remember I told you the bi-weekly has been holding our truths, our aspirations as bears, and really been guiding us in this bear market, in all honesty. Now, it's very interesting to see, because the bi-weekly still, despite the weekly, and really this has been the flavor of this bear market, the weekly will look very bear bullish, but then the bi-weekly still looks bearish, right? Weekly will look very bullish here, but then the bi-weekly looks bearish still. What's telling you that this bi-weekly is bullish? Well, literally nothing. You can even take the low and draw a meme line, hashtag 65K, and you will notice that you're just getting consolidation under 65K. Look how many bi-weeklies has touched 65K. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now you're on the 5th bi-weekly. That's what, 10 weeks? You have not been able to get it up. The bi-weekly isn't a silver cross to the downside. You haven't even tested that yet, and that's confluence on if you do end up squeezing up, 69K probably rejects first tap, because that's just your bi-weekly silver cross. The silver cross is very interesting on the bi-weekly. I won't go into a lot of details, but just you can do it yourself. Go to your bi-weekly, look at every single time Bitcoin silver cross to the downside. You'll know 2 out of 3 times it's led to a new low on Bitcoin. The only time it was in 2018, and that was because you got a major deviation of your bi-weekly 9 and 5. So here we'll go to 2018. I'll show that. Right? Silver cross and your bi-weekly 5 and 9 got reclaimed. Anytime your bi-weekly 5 and 9 gets reclaimed after a silver cross, the bottom is in. So silver cross, weekly 5 and 9 got reclaimed, bottom was in. Okay, the 5 just got tapped here, so no even signs of this even being a bottom yet. You would need to get this 5 and 9 reclaimed. 2018 was a failure. Not really, but still, it wasn't a failure on the bottoming metrics. The 5 and 9 did get reclaimed, and that is what took price up. Let me actually go to 2019 here for professionals. Here, right, 5 and 9 got reclaimed. And bi-weekly silver cross, you rejected the 9, you went down, the 5 and 9 got reclaimed after that low, and the bottom was in. So yeah, no, still bearish, still in the downtrend, still in the silver cross, still lower highing. Get back above 69K, and I guess the bottom will be in on Bitcoin, is what this bi-weekly is telling me. Get back above this zone, bottom is in fully. The low is in on Bitcoin. There's never been a time There's never been a time where the bi-weekly has silver crossed to the downside. The bi-weekly EMA 9 and 5 got reclaimed. That's the keyword, reclaimed, 2 to 3 closures, consolidation above. And then we tested the low or even made a new bottom. The bottom was in at that point. So that's a good perspective to keep if we're trying to find a bottom. But even then, that fact is saying, yeah, still not more, you likely could bounce, maybe get it if the 5 doesn't reject fully here. But you are just still under your 5. And that's the perspective we got to keep. The higher time frames still look absolutely terrible on Bitcoin. I mean, in all honesty, it really does. And that's the issue. The chop zone isn't producing much for bulls on the higher time frame. It's fun to talk about 4-hour, 12-hour, even a daily setup. But as long as the weekly, bi-weekly, and monthly are all down still, it is going to be a lot harder to be a bull here. And even I talk about weekly giving strength, but let's be honest, the weekly is still literally in a downtrend. So this is actually the easier type of consolidation because usually, at least before we break down, we get a major breakout, takes all short. You then higher high, you get like a weekly trend shift, and then it smacks down. So if you do end up making the next leg down, literally from here, I believe in this bear market, this will be the most hindsight easiest leg down because it was just truly based on lower highs only. Like if you had your invalidation on June 15th wick high at 67.2, you low leverage shorted this, you still wouldn't have been out. You would have slightly been sweating here, but this just gave you one of those beautiful, very tight risk to reward trades, which ended up going down 7%. And your stop loss, as crazy as it sounds to people, could have been half a point. Let me turn my phone off there. So that's what I'm watching on the bi-weekly. It's still been holding our truths, our dreams, and we're very close to some kind of move here on the weekly and bi-weekly. But you just got to get back with that 65K. The bi-weekly is still telling you, even with volatility contracted now, that, well, unfortunately, the last time you saw this was in the beginning of the bear market. So you're either looking at this now as like a super cycle maybe for bears, or this is the beginning of a bull market. Let me see if you've ever had two. Let me see if you've had two bi-weekly volatility setups ever fire off in a bear market. Let's just see really fast. Because you might have. I honestly don't know. Let's see. There was one. And it's like, you're right, you could argue this was a failure, but it wasn't technically. So you had two then. You did have two. You had one. Boop. No, I would say no, actually. I recant my statement there because even in this move up, volatility started to fire off and big price was moving up. Then price went down, bear market price activity, and then it contracted again. So the moves down, you've only got one volatility set up, but I will say you did produce two technically. I mean, technically you did produce two. You only got one that fired off to the downside. And that's what I want to really find out. Bear markets, how many biweekly volatilities have fired off to the downside? One. Okay. Let's keep going. Just curious to see because maybe I'm absolutely wrong. Maybe 2018 we had 3 biweekly volatility steps. I know we didn't, but maybe. And maybe then we're absolutely not in a bear super cycle, which is a crazy thing to say, right? So then let's see. Bi-weekly, fired you off, contracted. And that was it. So even in 2018 bear market, you literally didn't even get a bi-weekly volatility setup. Crazy. Fired off again, contracted. So 2018, you literally entered no downside targets with the bi-weekly, only up. And I will say you had 1, 2. So technically 3. You had 2 that you got expansion because this one was a failure still. That's not the question. I want to see if we've had more than one biweekly volatility set up fire off to the downside. Okay. Here was the breakout, come down. Here was a setup. Yeah. Here was the setup. This fired off once. And then it contracted. So yeah, it only fired. So only one time. You've only ever only on Bitcoin ever had one bi-weekly volatility setup fire off to the downside. Now, let me just double check this here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So bulls are looking at that as, yeah, this biweekly is going to fire off to the upside. Like, we're understanding that, right? Like, there's never been two biweekly volatility setups that fired off to the downside. So bulls, when looking at this biweekly now, are looking at this, licking their lips like, oh, this is it. This is the bull market beginning. This is at least the major move up we're about to have on this biweekly. This was the bear market. Bears, on the other hand, are looking at this as maybe the start of a super cycle for bears, a major move down, something you've never seen before. And remember, there's some truth to that super cycle for bears, in my opinion. Had a lot of people call for a bull super cycle. I think there's more evidence on why this could be a bear super cycle. Let's look at the biweekly. So you do have officially a setup now. This ends up firing off to the downside again. That is your first time ever having two downside volatility setups in bear markets. There's strength with bears. But then also your monthly, and we can't forget this. The monthly was literally telling us that we are seeing something you've never seen before ever on volatility, and that was the lowest read ever on the monthly. Let's go to CME. This was the only setup we ever had on CME monthly, playing into the idea that this could be a super cycle for bears, potentially, or just an environment. If you don't like that word super cycle, it's kind of a meme. It doesn't really make sense. Just a very, very, very bearish environment, something we've never seen before. So now I'm mentally noting that biweekly. I did say, though, right? Technically, this should fire off to the upside. I mean, every single one has fired off to the upside after you had one fire down in a bear market. So understand, if that doesn't fire off to the upside, yikes. We're now seeing some things that are different in this cycle, in this down cycle, which is, again, okay to say. I'm comparing volatility to levels, and that's it. So very interesting stuff. Your biweekly setup, current market price, would actually take you almost exactly to your SMA 200, slightly lower around 44K. Like, no, 39K. I believe it's... Assuming you get the expansion here. Remember what we said. Price didn't fully expand here, right? Price action started to get the bearish expansion here in January. So understand that, like, your best bet now, if this does fire, your best bet to be a bull would be a major bounce out of here. And your biweekly is what's going to take you to a new cycle high, potentially even. And yeah, I can say that because every biweekly after a bear market setup has taken you to a new cycle high. Or you're going to make a new low. And in that case, this is literally the easiest place to start shorting. This is a hindsight trade, and Bitcoin's on the verge of putting in a 40% move. Do watch Farhano's analysis. The pivots are going to be monumental going forward, in my opinion. Cool. Weekly, monthly, nothing really. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. We're watching very carefully, 65K still, no changes. You've hit your weekly 9. So this is, if bears want to flex, this is the spot to do it now. You have here a lower high, lower high, lower high. You are ready for the lower low break, and you've been pressing these lower highs for multiple weeks with no kind of relief on lower lows. Whenever we've been seeing that, it's just led to dramatic price action down. Now, it doesn't need to happen that way. And I hope everyone's watching the SMA 200 and 64,000 on the daily. Because what I could just said about the bear super cycle going down, blah, 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 will mean nothing if 65K gets reclaimed and you start really seeing this weekly 9 hold. But if you don't, and this loses the SMA 200 this week and breaks under 64 on a daily, yikes, that's not a good sign in all reality. And I do think we should be more bearish then. Up or down, boys, really. I mean, you're now just in a terrible range. It's getting tighter. But now it's between the 9 and the SMA 200. You're in about 2% range. This will break soon. And what I just showed is 3-hour, 2-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour volatilities all contracted. So there is going to be a move here soon. Last week, you didn't get the lower time frame contraction. You just got like the dailies and like the 12-hour. But now this week, you're getting all of the lower time frames contracting. It's like a ball underwater. Once you let go, it's going to bust. Let's go to tether dominance now. Let's look at the daily. So you've hit your EMA 100 almost. This is important. Any EMA 100 on the daily is a big spot. You also have that 8.2. That was the target if you rejected that 8.567%. Now, understand you didn't fully even hit the target yet, which is important to know. So you maybe could reject and come down again. I do think the daily has a silver cross to the downside. Nope, not confirmed. You just have the 9 and the 21 crossing. It's very close to setting up for a silver cross to the downside, though, assuming you don't break out from here and reclaim the 34. If you see dailies reclaim the 34, I will be convinced that this is bottomed on tether dominance and we are about to break out. So understand that if the daily on tether dominance enters into a daily buy trigger, that's basically going to be like my checkbox on this is cooked and Bitcoin's probably going to break down. But understand that most likely relates to a loss of 64K. So it doesn't mean like the levels I mentioned are going to be different. You just have more confluence on if you want to watch 64K, you also want to watch tether dominance, get a buy trigger, and maybe even break back above that 8.567%. What will even be the bull thesis on Bitcoin anymore? Nothing. Why do I say that? Because, well, let's not forget the monthly is in an uptrend. And you're also doing consolidation you've never done before on a closing basis only. Now, understand that really you are strong on tether dominance. Now, I know it doesn't seem like you're strong now with this kind of candle. Let me just delete all this shit. You can see. But you are actually strong, in my opinion. You've never held this 8.567%. And you did 8.58%. I was just double checking that real quick. And that's a big thing that we were talking about. That's been something that you wanted to see hold in July, and you did. Now, is the weekly 5 going to be a spring here? You can just see your weekly 5. Let me delete that line so there's no confusion. You can see your last big bounces have been off your monthly 5. My apologies, not weekly 5. It's your monthly. We're talking about the monthly right now. So we could go down a little bit more, but I'd be really watching 8.2. If you want to be a bull on Bitcoin, lose 8.2 on tether dominance, and you are going to break down big. You're going to test your monthly 5. That's when you're maybe testing macro trend. And that's when things can start developing for bulls. But like, I'm getting a lot of hate for being a bear lately, and it just seems like it's still, I understand it's choppy and like shorts aren't working too well if you're looking for follow through, but like, this is still in an uptrend. And this is just grinding out the next higher low potentially. And it's exactly what we were saying here in May. Actually, to the T. I remember this was just grinding out a higher low, and then we got the higher high break. And it was literally off of the 5, by the way. That's where you grinded your higher low. About 11.86%. 21%. Okay. Yeah, much bigger. Now, what will help us, right, to know if this is breaking down sooner? Go back to your daily and lose your EMA 100, and this is going to break down. You'll break down past 8%, and Bitcoin will break out towards 69. So, like, set alerts at 65 reclaim, set alerts at 8.2. You start seeing this on tether dominance, you're going to be licking your lips as a bull. Like, this is going to be easy. Picture perfect almost. You'll just get back within this range. But until then, you are literally holding the range. Still, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing as a bull. Still. Again, what's telling you this is bearish? Well, not really. And it's interesting because tether dominance is close to really confirming a yearly higher high here. This is going to be very interesting if this does confirm, and this will be very interesting if it doesn't confirm. If this doesn't confirm, you are potentially grinding out the first major lower high on tether dominance yearly chart for the first time ever. Now, understand there's more things saying that's not going to be likely because firstly, you have a yearly EMA 9 retest to a spring to then ever so slightly lower high. Like this is just brewing a higher high after a higher low. But hey, I am fully willing to say that this is putting in price divergence if you just simply can actually start dumping and close under 6.8%, which is that's a big thing for bulls here. Yeah, I'll even say this, close under 6.77%. This yearly high. Close back under it, and yeah, this is looking like a major lower highs forming on the yearly. Until then, this is still like nothing stopping price on tether dominance from going up a little bit, taking out that high and making a new all-time high. I'd actually just say it's more when than if. And if this does actually confirm a yearly higher high, and this tether dominance is literally confirmed in a yearly uptrend, couldn't you say that that's like either the first signs of a super cycle? Maybe. Okay, if not, then you can definitely argue that the cycles moving forward are going to be a lot easier to kind of dictate the bottoms and tops. That's assuming you just do the Bitcoin thing and make the ever so slightly higher high and then dump. But if you break out and higher high, this could just higher high all the way up. It really could. Now, I think we're in crypto land, and I know how crypto land works. It probably will just ever so slightly take this wick out, and then that'll be the end of the bear market. And it makes sense, right? Higher high. What does Bitcoin like to do once it immediately makes a higher, lower, higher high? It goes in for the mean reversion. So it would be perfect to just like aggressively make the low here, aggressively make the high, and then that's it. The bull bear market's over. And we're probably setting up for a nice year in 2027. So I'm still on that. Like, I'm hoping that occurs because that'll make everything moving forward a lot more easier for bulls and bears, in my opinion. If not, and this rolls over, then you're on, okay, do we take out this higher low? Are we going to grow in for another higher low? Are we going to test the yearly 5? Like, it just becomes a little more like wait and see approach versus, no, this is like ironclad, looking good. So I still talk about that on the yearly. I still think it's very important. Now, on the daily, you have a sell trigger. You're holding your EMI 100, so you're just playing between the ranges. You have potentially a daily silver cross brewing here. So if you are bearish, you're looking for this EMI 100 to get lost. That's a loss of support. It's going to dump you. That's your Bitcoin breakout. If you are looking for a breakdown, you're just looking for this to give a spring up. You got to get back above your 34, and that'll take you all the way up to around 8.567%. Let's go to the weekly now because we just got that new weekly. You can see you've just lost your weekly 9. That's not a true just we're going to dump now. We've done this before in this chop. That's why you got to start losing 8.2%. Really, losing 8.2% will take you back within this range, and you are actually changing something versus what's been happening since June, which is nothing. So now weekly is contracted, giving you a whole other setup, which is interesting. Last weekly volatility setup, buyer to the upside. Okay, and so weekly HBDR saying you're in a breakdown, but more likely to actually test the 8.567%, which is actually kind of interesting because remember what I mentioned on the daily there, right? If the weekly is more likely to test 8.57%, and we know the daily just needs to get back above that to start really breaking us out on tether dominance. Interesting sign. So then in all honesty, you just should not see 8.567% at all get reclaimed, and that daily 34 should not enter into a buy trigger. Like, in all honesty, if you're a bear, you just need this to happen. Like, really, just a dump, lose the support. Next week, you rally back up, and you're just dumping now. And the weekly SMA 200 is the bottoming zone. But I hope I showed in my analysis, there's not really concrete evidence of that yet. You still haven't gotten the throwback. Weekly median could absolutely get hit, even slightly below that. And if you lose 64K, it's cooked. Like, that's the easy line in the sand. Lose 64,000. Bitcoin is going to dump to 62.2. Where that probably is not going to hold, I say probably just based on the numerous times we've hit that versus how many times we've hit 60K. And okay, that's good. If we go to 60K, I still will be talking about that is a valid bullish setup. It is technically, that's a reclaim, you not retesting. Bitcoin loves to do we go up, maybe we'll break out, we break down, we get the retest, and then we go up. So could absolutely do that. We've talked about this kind of, and I know some analysis already looking at this playing out. We could talk about that. I mean, Capo is talking about a quad bottom, potentially, or even a triple bottom here, which isn't a good sign because his triple bottom's at 60K, and that's something he's been actually talking about a lot. He even has some like DCA challenge at this current point, so he's felt pretty confident, which is a whole sign in itself. We could just put on anytime Capo's been confident in this bear market, it's often been like here, 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 and I guess now here and here in this chop. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Let me see if I want to talk about anything else. Let's go to total. Let's see here. I think Solana is going to be interesting, and probably Solana gets to move first. In all honesty, you're already seeing daily volatility start to creep its head. So that is something to watch if you're just tired of this chop, but you want to maybe get some kind of indication. Watch Solana. I do believe Solana is setting up here for a pretty easy trade, and this is still pointed down in my opinion. Very easy to flip-flop on Sol though, very easy. But I think Solana's daily volatility is telling a story here. Let's go to total. And actually, no, never mind. I'm finishing this too early. Where's my manners? Bitcoin dominance. Sirs, we got to look at BTCD. But BTCD is very easy. This is the easier chart of them all because you just have one level. It's a weekly 34. You get back above a weekly 34, you're bullish. You stay under it, you're bearish. That's simple. You can see here that even that last week you didn't reclaim the 34. You got back above the 21 though. So more likely now a retest of the 34 and possibly a move up to 59.69%. Understand though, as long as you're under 59.69%, you're bearish. Well, what do you mean, Alex? Did you just say if the weekly 34 got reclaimed, you're bullish? Yes, but that's like 2 to 3 weeks from now. Got to hold it. So a better point would be if you start seeing dailies get back above 59.69%, yeah, that's a bullish setup. And that's literally been what we've been talking about all bear market, this zone. So it has not, we're still under it and you haven't gotten back above your 34. So no changes at all on Bitcoin dominance here, like nothing at all. And look at the last week's, look at this wick, look at this wick, like it didn't even take out the last major wick high. Not a major bearish sign, but just showing like if you were truly strong here, you would just keep moving up from here on Bitcoin dominance. Should be no issue. Now look at the bi-weekly here, it's still on a breakdown, which is interesting. I don't trade off the 55, I use it for crosses only. And so you can see even the BTCD bi-weekly saying next target is 57.14. Okay, so now let's go to total because we understand weekly 34, 59.69%. How will you know if you're breaking down? If you start losing the weekly 9, how will you know sooner? If the daily if 59% gets lost. It's like the equivalent of 64 getting lost on Bitcoin. If 59% gets lost on Bitcoin dominance, yeah, you're going to move down to 57%. I'm a simple man. Red Bitcoin dominance is red Bitcoin. Green Bitcoin dominance is green Bitcoin. Green Bitcoin means green everything. Red Bitcoin means red everything. Very simple. I'm a very simplistic man. Okay, so now we've been watching this weekly SMA 200. Still consolidations under it, and you can kind of see it's a little like funky, right? With Bitcoin's index reclaiming its weekly SMA 200, all while totals under its SMA 200. Now, obviously, index has, you know, it's more data, so it's stronger, but I still think this plays into, like, this is still kind of predatory on bulls, TBH, in my opinion. Be very curious to see where, like, the pivots are when Farhano goes again on, like, the 5-day, weekly, bi-weekly, and so forth. But yeah, I mean, still, this is saying more likely move to the median at 2.15 trillion. And if you lose that median, you're breaking down. You're going to that 1.87 trillion. That's very close to my $1.77 trillion region that I actually want to see tested before Bitcoin's potentially bottom. Doesn't mean it's not bottomed. It just means that is still my target. We end up breaking down from here. And it makes sense. Like if you don't have HBDR, you're just really rolling off weekly SMA 200. And visually, this is just heavy. Now, you did get back above the 5, but it's, again, consolidated under the SMA 200 and even the 9. So it's not very bullish. And every week now, you've been putting in lower highs. Wick high, from this wick high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Okay, let's backtrack trend. So this is your lower low. Okay, so like, yeah, this is still producing bearish price structure. Bulls are trying to run with this. Goodness. But we know that this is kind of like this is a lie, because still trend is down overall. Like, you can't get some cheeky weekly price divergence if overall trend is still down on a lower low break. This is just playing into the trap. You really have not at all on total got expansion away from the weekly SMA 200. Like here, right? You didn't really expand from it, and then you got a reclaim. You did not expand from it. You did not expand from it, and you did not expand from it. So this still play into, if you literally see total market cap on the weekly get an expansion, a very big one, like taking out the previous low and going to 1.7 trillion. In my opinion, that'll literally be, let's just measure the biggest expansion away from the SMA 200. Let's just see. So that was 21%. So if you start seeing that break past 21%, so again, like it goes to my target of around 1.49 trillion. Yeah, this is like we're seeing things we've never seen before. This plays into maybe Bitcoin isn't actually in a bear super cycle. Not confirmed, we don't know, but I'm just saying some interesting things if we actually get the follow through for bears. We have not yet. So understand, we are on ETA scaling shorts. We have an ADA short, an E short, Solana short, Bitcoin short, coin short. Unfortunately, my stupid strategy short got taken out by literally 50 cents. I'm kind of salty about that, but whatever, fine, no big deal. We'll wait on that one. And so it's not that we're being perma bear and we need to be right. It's that I haven't gotten the trigger to flip flop. I need the trigger to flip flop, and that is going to be, and I've been saying this for weeks, just reclaim a 65K. I will be a bull at that current point. I will then start looking at this maybe to not be a bear super cycle. And then we have to start looking at maybe that bi-weekly bottoming out, and maybe then the correlation where you've never had two bi-weekly setups fire off down might happen. And so then this bi-weekly setup that we currently have is just brewing a breakout. But still, if you end up seeing total expand very far from weekly SMA 200, over 20%, you do start seeing this bi-weekly fire off its volatility setup. You do start seeing the weekly SMA 200 becoming lost. You do start seeing tether dominance, specifically holding above 8.567% on a monthly. You are doing things you've never done before, ever, on total, on tether dominance, on Bitcoin dominance, on all these things for bears. So yes, it may seem like markets are doing nothing, but what I've just shown you is actually, it is setting up for something quite monstrous, honestly. So we should be really paying attention here. And still, when you are becoming very bullish and you're scaling your major leverage longs under 65K, just go to your chart, ask yourself, is this really bullish? And that's something we've been doing this entire cycle. Was it bullish here? Is it bullish here? And is this actually bullish or bearish? So that's all I have on Bitcoin. 65K is still the spot. We're only $500 away from it. So again, bears do not have a spine here. We're not like excited licking our lips for a move right now, but we just know the potential, and we know that it's a race against time for bears. And if bears don't reject 65K, you're going to come in for that weekly, bi-weekly, 5-day trend shift, and maybe even get the expansion off your weekly SMA 200. All recipes for a bottoming formation. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Hopefully that made sense. And if you're on ETA, please watch the trading alerts, because they're all still very valid, even despite this time capitulation.
Alrighty. Let me get a little sipski of this Coke Zero. Okie. Let's get started. We'll start over here. And let's zoom out a little bit. All right, so daily momentum is currently now flipping below the moving average. We have yet to get we're waiting for the close to confirm that, and we are putting in some hidden bearish divergence, I believe here. This is 64,965, and this close is actually no, we took out that high, so there's no hidden bearish divergence possible. And we have gotten several closures over this mid band. We're coming back to basically come to retest this band, and as long as we are closing over this mid band in this bottom of the box, which is around $64,400, this is likely to come back up and test the somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is currently around $66,000. And we're currently bouncing off of the daily 9. And so what else? Let's go into spot. Spot is currently also very close to floor, close to confirming downside by getting below the moving average. It's going to, and volatility is currently contracting. And daily is also close to coming down to test that mid band, which is currently at around $64,400. Also on the daily, 64.4, 64.3, somewhere in that region. As long as you're also on the daily, as long as you're closing over this mid band, there's probabilities of coming up to this area here, which is around 66,000 also. Then you go to the 2-day. 2-day is currently still flipped up. 2-day still has possibility of hidden bullish divergence. Actually, no, still active hidden bullish divergence. 2-day is losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral. And 2-day does have this setup here with the 5 EMA crossing above the 21. It's happened over here, and it doesn't have to happen exactly whenever it crosses, but in the midst of a downtrend, you do get a correction up to the 55 whenever this happens. But the rule is that the last major low does not get taken out on a closing basis, and then as long as that doesn't get taken out, then you'll eventually get that move to the 55. We came back down to retest this last low. We didn't take it out, and now we're getting this move up, and the target's still going to remain to be that 55 EMA, which is currently around 67,250, and it's going to continue to drop with every single close. Right now, it's kind of lining up with that previous June high, right around $67,200, basically exactly at that area. If you were to draw a little meme line over here, horizontal rate, put that right there, basically like literally exactly lining up with the 55 as at this moment at that $67,000 area. And this makes it so that you can come all the way down to somewhere around 64,000 flat, but as long as you don't lose 64,000 on a closing basis, this will still likely hit 67. And this setup does have a greater than 90% accuracy rate. Okie dokie. Hours very close to invalidating this long setup, where you fired off the long after closing over the 9 EMA here at 63,482, and if you do get a closure below the 9, it's at 64.7. This is gonna close that long. Still pretty green though, because this fired at 63.4, and you're now at 64.6. And this could come all the way down to 64.3, 64.2, and as long as it doesn't close below this area, this will still likely fill out that 2-day setup. And you're now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence in the 12-hour by taking out these previous lows. 8-hour also flipped down. 8-hour also putting in possibility of divergence, although a little difficult to confirm as of now. And on the 8-hour, you're bouncing from the mid band. This can go a little bit lower, probably towards somewhere around that 64.2 area. Same idea as on the higher time frame, somewhere around that mid band or at 64.4, 64.2, and then we have to see the reaction to that region. 4-hour also currently flipped down. Divergence here. Let's see. This is 65,000. This is 65, like 65.2. So there is some slight bearish divergence here. And that brings you down to the 200 SMA around 64.2. And the jewel is currently completely skipping the neutral phase and going directly into the sell with the rejection of the bearish control zone. To the 5-day. 5-day did get that closure back over the 9. The last time we got a closure over the 9, this was a ever so slight closure, like a couple of bucks back over that 9, and then on this next one you immediately lost it. So as of now, we did close significantly over higher than we did before, but you still want to hold it on this next test, and you are currently right around that 9. So we got 3 days and 9 hours left to go. If this does hold the 9 on the closing basis, your next target is going to be the 21, which is currently around just below $67,000. And go to the weekly. Weekly did close over the 5, but that's not as significant as closing over the 9. The 9 has been resistance. If you go into CME, on CME you got the closure over the 9. CME did close over that 9. This is the first time CME has closed over the 9 freshly since around this period here in April, and this was when we got our move to 82,000, where we closed over the 9 at 73.4, and then you just got some busting action. We saw first to begin the week a little bit of a pullback, and then you got the busting action, and your pullback dropped you below your 5, and your 5 right now is at around like $63,800. The key is that you don't want to close below that area. You see a little bit of a pullback, and then busting action is the idea, where you saw it right over here. You saw a little bit of a loss below that 5, and then busting action. So yeah, the idea right now is somewhere between this 200 SMA and this 590 EMA. You want to see that bounce before the weekly closure. And momentum on the weekly is still flipped up. It's still volatility is now freshly going into expansion, but momentum flipped up, and you still got bullish divergence on the weekly. You also have bullish divergence on the 5-day. And also on spot, you have bullish divergence on the 5-day. And you're close to getting a bullish cross also. Pink is about to cross over the yellow. Into the 2-week. 2-week is also putting in possibility of bullish divergence with volatility expanding. Momentum is currently flipped down. And you are currently slightly rejecting from the 5, which is at $65,200. Monthly is also still flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility contracting, and monthly is currently still holding over the 55. I'm looking for a retest somewhere around the 5 on the monthly, which is currently around 67,000, 66.8 to be exact. And quarterly currently still bouncing from the 21, looking for a move somewhere around the 67 region. Technically, it would be a retest of this band after losing it, which is currently around 69 to 70,000, and then this very likely will reject somewhere around this 69 to 72,000 region, and then you're likely going to make your way down towards the mid band, which is currently around $50,000. Okay, now let's go into Tether. Tether is currently starting to flip back up on momentum with volatility going into contraction. Anything present here? No, not really. And you're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. This will silver cross down as long as you're closing below 8.418%. Probably maximum 2 more closes before it crosses. And where's this mid band? Zoom in, get a little closer because my vision is kind of dog shit. And the mid band is resting around this area now, or like 8.47%. As long as you are below the mid band, this is going to be bearish, short term or medium term. I mean, 12 hours now starting to flip back up, putting in some bullish divergence. This will confirm with the knee closure above 8.364%, and then this gives you a move into somewhere around 8.4, mid 8.4s. 4 hour also flipping up, putting in bullish divergence with volatility now expanding. 4 hours getting over that mid band at 8.366%, brings you towards somewhere around this mid 8.4s. 2 day still has the 5 and 21 EMA set up to the downside, where you currently do in the midst of an uptrend. You have your 5 crossing below your 21, gives you a move minimum down to the 55. And the same thing on Bitcoin, where it doesn't have to happen exactly off of the cross. You get the opposite move, fails to take out that last major pivot on a closing basis, and then you get your move down to the 55. And right now the 55 sits at 8.2-ish%. And you have resistance at mid 8.4s. And you got a fresh sell signal here on the 2-day jewel with the rejection of the pink. 5-day currently flipped up, putting in some, I believe, possibility. Actually, no, you took out this low, so there's no possibility of hitting bullish divergence. And 5-day also has resistance right around this 8.4 to 8.5% area. And weekly is 5-day is now getting a fresh bearish cross, the pink crossing below the yellow, and this is happening in the bullish control zone. Let's mark this off and let's see what this usually produces. Okie dokie. And we'll call it there. All the way back to November of 2020. And we got some dumping action. This was initially 20%. You got a bounce, 47%, 52%. Some more dumping action. About 22-ish percent. More dumping action. 20%, and then eventually 25%. Somewhere in that 20s is the number that initially happens. Check this one real quick. Put it on the cross. And this went up initially around 5% and then down 11.5%. So this is the smallest one so far, that 11.5% number. And currently, we went up around about 2%, and now we are down 2.6%. This is not even close to the smallest one. If we were to take it around that 11% number, which is the smallest one, we'll be generous and do a 10%. That brings you to around 7.6%. 11% brings you to 7.5%. You're going to do a 20%, which is the medium end number, brings you exactly to this 100 EMA right around 6.7 to 6.6, 6.8%, somewhere in that region. And this likely comes with the rejection of the 8.5. Okie dokie. Weekly also currently flipped down. Weekly also still has bearish divergence. Volatility is currently expanding. You got a fresh sell signal here, and still maintain. You came close to a bullish cross with the pink about to cross above the yellow. Now they are starting to diverge, and once they confirm diverging, then you're going to get the opposite move. Okie dokie. 2-week also has currently has possibility of hitting bullish divergence. It came close to confirming, but didn't quite. This needs to close over 8.659% to confirm. And volatility is now going into expansion with momentum flipping up. Monthly is still flipped down. Volatility is now going into close to going into expansion right at that moving average with momentum flip down, and monthly is losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, and you've lost now this blue box, and you're rejecting this box. Brings you down towards the monthly 9, which is right now at 7.7%. And quarterly coming down to retest the 5, which is currently around 7.6, 7.7%. Okie dokie. Let's check RSI. Daily is about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence on Tether. This will confirm with the knee closure over 8.384%. And then this gives you a move into 8.5% with volatility at many periods of 0% starting to tick up. 12 hours putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with the knee closure over 8.362%. And this gives you a move into 8.49%. 4 hours confirmed bullish divergence. It gives you a move into the bullish control zones. It's at 8.44%. Volatility starting to pick up for many periods to 0%. 2-day still has a local top as long as you're closing below 8.580%. 3-day, nothing. Nothing here. Still got bearish divergence on the 6-day. Nothing. Weekly is putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but this needs a close below 8.150%. 2-week. And this gives you a move down to somewhere around 7.6, 7.7% on confirmation. And monthly is still putting in possibility of macro bearish divergence between these 2 points. Let me zoom in. No, it actually goes back between this one here. And that will confirm with any closure below 8.150%. Okie dokie. Let's see what we got on Bitcoin. Let me zoom in. You take out this high, but you also took it out on price. You should take out this high, 65,364. You did, I believe, July 27th, 26th. Actually, no. So you didn't take that. That went out on. So there's no bearish divergence between that point. This is 26th of July. Actually, you did. Yeah, my vision is kind of shit. This is one on 26th of July. Yeah, on 26th of July. No. This is 30th of July. Where's the 26th of July? Here. So yeah, there is some hidden bearish divergence between these 2 points, and this will confirm with any closure below 64,696, and that gives you a move down to somewhere around 63.7, 63.8. $12 putting in fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 64,794, and this brings you down to about 63.8, 64. 8 hours also putting in bearish divergence. It will confirm with any close below 64,761. This brings you to about 63.6, with volatility at many periods of 0%. 4 hours already confirmed bearish divergence, brings you to 64.4. Nothing. Duty has still got fresh multiple drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 62,775, and you have support at the bullish control zone, which is at 64,000. 5 days still got bullish divergence. Neutral zones at 63.8. 6 days still got bullish divergence. Weekly's got hidden bearish divergence, but now you're putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any closure over 65,444. And you have resistance at the bearish control zone, which is at 71.8. 2 week is now exiting the bearish control zone, and you are putting in that possibility of bullish divergence on the 2 week. Monthly has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 76,318. And what else? Zoom out a little bit. You're putting in possibility of monthly hidden bullish divergence now, because you are taking out the momentum lows from this region here while price is still making a higher low. But this is going to be very difficult to confirm. As of now, you have to close back over this previous high at about $80,000, 79,500 to confirm that. Eventually, it'll become easier, but as of now, very difficult. Quarterly still has active bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $114,000 and your next level somewhere around $49,000 to $46,000. And 6 months still has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is the most bearish, like long-term signal here. 3 drives of bearish divergence is bring you down to the 21, which is currently sitting at around like $43,000, and this will continue to rise with every single close. But this is the biggest signal that brings you into somewhere around the 40s. That says the bottom isn't in currently. Momentum. Daily on Tether is still flipped down, but very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over 8.43%, with volatility not starting to tick up from many periods of 0%. What else? Nothing. 12 hours already flipped back up with volatility at 3 periods of 0%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.3%. And what else? I think you have 12-hour hidden bullish divergence. Yeah, you do. 8 hours also flipped up with volatility ticking up from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.3%. 4 hours also up with volatility starting to tick up from many periods of 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 8.29%. And you got bullish divergence on the 4 hour. 2 days also currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 8.45% with volatility for many periods at 0%. And if this does flip down here, this will be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Also, you do have that set up with the 5 crossing below the 21, which gives you a minimum target of the 55. Five days also currently flipped down with volatility at 3 periods of 0%, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.85%. And 5 days still has active bearish divergence. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.57%. And weekly still has bearish divergence, and now volatility is entering back to extreme lows. 2 week is currently flipped up, but it's very close to flipping back down and putting in bearish divergence, and this will flip back down with any closure below 8.76%. This is the most damning or bearish thing on Tether in the midterm. Not long term, but medium term, this is quite bearish with that momentum is still very heavily down on the 2 week, and it's very close to flipping momentum freshly to the downside. The last time momentum freshly flipped back down from this region was in March, right around actually here in January of 26. January to February of 26, and that's when you got your move into somewhere around 82,000 on Bitcoin when this got the Tether came down to test 7%. Very big closure in 6 days, although 6 days is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And monthly still flip down, but close to flipping back up, and it will flip up if you can close over 8.22%. Bitcoin is still flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $63,950, right around 64K, and looking to come down and test somewhere around this area. The key is whether it bounces there or not. 12 hours currently flipped down with a drop of death, 3 periods of 0% volatility, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 65,200. 4 hour also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to and volatility starting to tick up for many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 65,300. Two-day is currently flipped down, but it's very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you can close over 64,000 with volatility at many periods of 0%. Okey-dokey. 5-day also currently still flipped up with bullish divergence and volatilities at 3 periods of 0%, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 60,500. Weekly is also still flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62,900. 2-week is currently flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, whereas Tether is very close to flipping back down. And this will flip back up if you can close over 62,550, so about $62,600. And this will be the first time 2-week has flipped back up since around March. But the difference between this and March is that now you are putting in bullish divergence on the 2-week, which you did not have in March. Let's see, the last time that we flipped back up from this region previously was around this zone here and right around December of 22, when the bear market ended. I'm not saying bear market is ending here. I'm just saying that this is the last time we had that setup. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $65,700. This is also a very big one. If this one flips back up, then this will give you a mean reversion, which is a move to the upside, probably testing somewhere around this 9, although currently it is still down, and it's still firing off to the downside. Starting to get some slight curvature and volatility, but not contraction. And quarterly is still flipped down, and this pivot did go up a lot. It was previously around 101,000, and now it went up to 113,300. And volatility is almost back to extreme lows at the lowest point it's ever been. Okie dokie. So from the low time frames, we're looking for that move into somewhere around high 63s, like 63.8 towards 64,000, somewhere in that region. And we want to see a closing daily close maintaining this upside momentum around 63,900, 63,950. If this does flip back down, this is going to make it very likely that you're going to come back down to test 62 through 62s, and at that point, this very likely, almost certainly break 62s and go somewhere into the 50s. Big point is going to be around that 64,000 area by today's daily close, and if we can hold it, then happy days. Go back up to test somewhere around that 2-day 55, 67,000. It doesn't hold it, then you come back down and maybe get a little bounce at 62s, a little bounce at 60,000, and then down. Pretty easy.
By the way, we are indeed in some sort of super cycle, right? Or it's a longer cycle, if you will. And the only reason why, let me bring you back up, Alex. The only reason why I say that is because indeed we have not had what happens every 4 years, which is raising interest rates. So it's like we haven't had a reset of that, I think. That's the way I see it.
Super
So whether
Bowl,
it's bad or good,
better, yeah.
I don't know, but definitely something is different now this year. So it might be longer, like bear market, or a longer bull market. I would feel that what would fuck with the most people, if we're all expecting lower, right? Because people are starting to DCA, that would be beneficial. I think, and also it's my bias based on how I'm invested. If you go up right now, not a lot of people would be ready for that. But also, that doesn't mean the bear market is done. That means you're getting an extended version of like the bear market. You go higher, but you don't go to make an all-time high. Like I said, you go, let's say 75, 80, 85, up to 90 or something like that. And then you get a massive drop. And then you go into like the actual fuck you and then everything is off, right? Type of bear market. Because something is off. I also think if you were going to get into an aggressive bear market, why not just dump it more? It makes no sense. Nothing makes sense. And until we see it, we're not going to know. But definitely, at least monetary cycle is longer.
And on my end, I'm seeing super things. Either it's a super bull, super bear, like you mentioned, but it doesn't matter the name, super cycle, it's a meme. Things are different this cycle, though, for sure. In just terms of levels, volatility, and even, like you mentioned, the temporality.
I would say it's just a reset of that, because normally what you get is just like every 4 years you get interest rate hikes, and you haven't gotten them like that. I would say that's a mega big difference. That's normally what moves crypto, whether people like it or not. It's monetary policy, QE, QT, all that shit.
Yeah, and last stream you literally explained it beautifully if people are confused, because that's a great point. Like, it's just the interest rates maybe aren't moving. So now the cycle is different and all revolves around money and interest rates, like you mentioned. We can think harder about things, but it's the chart you literally showed with interest rates going up or down does dictate the markets.
Yeah.
Simply, like, you explained it the most simplest way I've ever had it. Like, you should become an economics teacher.
Imagine.
That'd be ironic.
All of my friends that went to school and got economic degrees that just fucking for their life can understand and figure out this market would be like, there's no way this retard knows what he's talking about.
Numbers don't lie, though. Numbers don't lie.
That would hurt him. That would hurt him.
We're seeing some dumping action into CPI tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. No, but isn't it on Wednesday?
I think it's tomorrow.
I'll Google it. Also, now I get from exchanges emails like, watch out for your CPI data. Like, come on. When is CPI announced?
I think it's on the 12th.
Fair Moon, I think, is on the 14th.
It's on Wednesday, dude.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Bear Moon is on the 13th or the 14th, the local top.
So Thursday or Friday.
Oh, so this week's about to be mega fucky.
Every week is mega fucky. It's just been doing this stupid thing. The one thing I'll say is, I know you don't trade off the 55 on the daily. 4 closes, 1, 2, 3. If this one reverts, well, no, today would have to be a miracle. But last time he did 4 closes was over the 55, was when we had this bump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6 dropped, and then that was the last time. Before that, he hasn't fucking done that. We'll see. I like the idea that we have right now for our little fund.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea too, honestly.
Why not? Fuck it. Fuck it.
And like, it's moving down, but it's just testing the weekly SMA 200 now. So
yeah,
even bears can't even celebrate quite yet. Let's see if we lose 64
here.
Yeah,
on the 4-hour. That's a beauty. The one thing, if you were saying about Solana, is Solana on my daily chart. This is what I had before. And then he broke out, and it's above all averages except the 100 and the 200.
Yeah, I think Sol will move first, and the daily volatility is creeping more than Bitcoin even. So
yeah,
probably does fire first.
And NFTs keep pumping. I got some exit liquidity in the past couple of days from like bad collections, not good ones. I'm still sticking to my plan long term on that, so that I can be made a fool. Alrighty, I'll get to it. Thank you, boys. Yep. Cosas que rápido estaba viendo para todos ustedes antes de entrar en Bitcoin. Solana, ¿se acuerdan que había tenido esta línea de tendencia bajista acá? La rompió para arriba y está por encima de los promedios ahorita, que se me hace bastante interesante, aguantando con bastante fuerza. Ethereum del otro lado. Ethereum simplemente está aguantando y retesteando el cruce plateado a la alza. La zona que no debe perder es acá, los 1863. Para poder aguantarlo. Ahora, puedes perderlo en week basis, no pasa nada si lo tocas y continúas para arriba, pero si cierras por debajo de esto, sería más bajista que alcista. Pero pues Ethereum sigue con bastante fuerza en contra del promedio del 100. Me gusta esto. Aunque se vea aquí, lo que me gusta de esto es que está haciendo esto. Lo que me gusta de Bitcoin en este momento acá es que, tío, te está pintando como si fuera a continuar cayendo, ¿no? Tienes alto, alto más bajo y un alto más bajo. Cuando consolidamos bajistamente, hacemos altos más altos, altos más altos. Y esta vez no lo está haciendo. Me hace pensar, ¿no? Lo del superciclo, llámenlo superciclo o no, que sea alcista o bajista, ¿no? Eso es la diferencia de todo. Y esto es donde vamos a ver si en verdad es Bitcoin o es política monetaria. Porque lo que ha cambiado es, en los últimos ciclos de 4 años, o sea, en el 2022 tuviste subida de intereses, en el 2018 tuviste subida de intereses, pero en el 2026 no tienes subida de intereses. Por más que te las estén cantando, yo personalmente no las creo y se los he dicho. Los tenían que convencer a ustedes de que iban a subir los intereses e iban a dejar de bajar. Porque muchos de ustedes tal vez no recuerden, pero ustedes pensaban que los intereses tenían que bajar ahora. Y es lo que van a hacer. Y se los he dicho y se los he contado 1000 veces. Cuando los intereses bajan es más bajista que cuando los suben. Porque eso quiere decir que se rompió todo. Entonces, para mí eso es la cosa. El hecho de que no tengamos una subida o bajada de intereses me está diciendo que están alargando el ciclo político monetario, ¿no? O sea, el anuncio de subida o bajada de intereses. Y eso quiere decir un superciclo bajista o alcista, lo que tú quieras. Personalmente, esto es lo que yo veo, ¿no? Y también tiene que ver con mi completo bias de cómo estoy invertido ahorita, ¿no? Pero esto es lo que yo veo. Hay mucha gente que todavía dice el fondo no ha llegado y hay mucha gente que está diciendo el fondo ya llegó. Yo creo que los dos pueden estar correctos en cierto tiempo. Lo que puedes ver sería un golpe así, acá, para un último rechazo. Y esto quiere decir, esto nunca lo había hecho en un ciclo Bitcoin, un alto más bajo, un perfecto hombro, cabeza, hombro, para después caer a los que te gustan. Yo diría, si hace esto, yo digo que se va a los 30, 35. Si llega a hacer eso. O sea, te puedes olvidar de tus 40. ¿Por qué? Porque entonces efectivamente estamos siguiendo ciclo de política monetaria. Y si estás siguiendo el ciclo de política monetaria, una vez voy a repetirme, no te puedo decir lo bajista que es que bajen intereses de verdad. No lo puedo repetir. Para la gente que está aquí y quiere entrar en un trade, uno, este rango en PIONEX jala. Y pueden ver que lo que nos está apretando acá son simplemente el promedio del 200 semanal y el del 9 semanal. Parece que vamos a tener una resolución entre esta y la próxima semana. Eso tiene cara en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos nosotros que estamos apostando? Quiero que noten que el promedio del 200 semanal está en los 64, ¿ok? Aquí abajo. Les voy a contar exactamente lo que tenemos nosotros ahorita que estamos haciendo. Tenemos una lana juntos, Alex Farhan y yo, y decidimos cómo la vamos a usar en un trade de Bitcoin. Y ahora esto es con muchísimo riesgo, ¿ok? Y es porque no nos importa, es simplemente un regalo que nos dieron, entonces nos lo dieron como en colectivo y dijimos, pues, ¿sabes qué? Vamos a divertirnos con él y apostarlo. Entonces, nuestra apuesta es sencilla. Vienes acá arriba, no, a los 67. ¿Por qué 67? El promedio del 100. Acá. En 67 entramos en corto. Si llegas ahí primero. Y ahorita lo que parece es que vamos a... esto fue antes de que empezaras a ver esta vela acá. Si llegamos a 63,800, aquí, long. Con un chingo de apalancamiento. Y si la rompemos, pues ya, nos pasamos la lana. Si no, nos da igual, ¿no? porque es una lanita, no nos importa así, pero si podemos ejecutar este trade tal cual como se los estoy contando, otra vez de vuelta, en la diaria tienes el promedio del 100 aquí arriba en 66,800, vamos a decir 67, y si llegamos a caer a 63,800, aquí es donde nosotros entraríamos en Longarino, aquí. Simplemente porque son los extremos y es lo que usaríamos, para que lo tengan en mente. Entonces, con eso en tu cabeza es lo que tenemos ahorita. Puedes ver que Bitcoin justamente está en estos promedios. ¿Y por qué ese nivel? Simplemente porque es donde estamos encontrando los objetivos de las divergencias bajistas y alcistas, digo, bajistas en Bitcoin, que parece ser que ese debería ser el fondo. Vamos a usar un 100X nosotros en este trade porque es para sacarnos por completo. En un 100X solamente tiene que bajar 1% Bitcoin para sacarnos. Entonces, para que sepan, si llegamos a los 63,800 y bajamos a los 63,200, ahí es donde nos saca. Y aquí arriba, yo sugerí 67 en vez de 68. Nos sacaría en 67,700. Para que tengan eso en mente. Pero estamos haciendo un trade extremo solamente porque es, es muy poquito dinero y nos da igual. Entonces preferimos reventarlo a dividirnos 100 pesos, ¿no? Nos da completamente lo mismo. Pero esa es la idea que tenemos ahorita para un trade rápido en Bitcoin que estamos viendo. Si les voy a poner algo que es interesante para mí, solamente antes de regresar a Bitcoin, en Ethereum, por ejemplo. Ethereum, en la de 2 semanas, puede recuperar el promedio del 200 ya. Ha estado por debajo todo este tiempo. Lleva desde mayo abajo del promedio del 200. Si Ethereum recupera el promedio del 200 y lo aguanta, ya tienes el promedio del 9 aquí arribita. Y entrarías en lo mismo que Bitcoin acá para un squeeze de estos promedios. Lo que sí, y puedes notar, es que Ethereum por primera vez cerró en la de 2 semanas por arriba del promedio del 5. La última vez que lo hizo fue en el squeeze de abril, donde llegó a 2,400 y cacho. Y acá lo tienes. Entonces, Ethereum está enseñando un poco de fuerza, pero todavía no la puedo validar. Lo que tiene que darme es un cierre por arriba del S&P 200 en la de 2 semanas que cierra esta semana. ¿Ok? Vale la pena notar eso. Solana no ha hecho nada. La única cosa es en la diaria donde se ve bien Solana, que tiene cara que reventó esta resistencia a la baja, viene al retesteo acá en los 74, pum, para arriba debería de ir. Debería de, si es que no pierde esto, los $73. Vean, ahí está puesto. Sin darme cuenta ya lo tenía dibujadito. ¿Dónde está esta parte abajo? 64,100. Pues un mechazo aquí que nos dé para ver si nos da nuestra entradita. Y de ahí nos vamos a Valhalla. Estaría bueno. Vamos a ver en esto de Bitcoin. Rapidongo para todos ustedes. ¿No? Ciclo de 4 años de Bitcoin o de política monetaria. Es la pregunta que tenemos. Bien. En nuestra tabla de trimestral, pueden ver que estamos todavía en una tendencia a la baja después de confirmar este tope con este bajón y cierre por debajo del promedio del 5. Hemos tenido 1, 2, 3 velas, eso quiere decir 9 meses completamente rojo en Bitcoin, apoyándonos el promedio del 21. Del 21, damas y caballeros. Esto nos dice que hay de dos sopas. O has tocado fondo en el 21, como lo hicimos en el 2018, acá, que tocamos fondo, y pues sí, puede que después bajaste un poco el 21, pero no hiciste un nuevo mínimo comparado con el mínimo del ciclo. O podrías esperar la línea blanca acá, que es el 34, como en el 2022, que lo he dicho 1000 veces y no me canso de decirlo. No tenemos la bolsa en un mercado bajista como el 2022. El 2022, después de la crisis financiera, del 2008 y la del .com es el tercer mercado bajista más grande que hemos tenido y nadie le tira un pedo al pobre. No le tienen respeto a ese mercado bajista del 2022, en mi opinión. Así que denle más respeto. Lo que siempre estamos buscando también es ver dónde se voltea más o menos momentum, porque recuerden, volatilidad fue la que nos dijo acá que ya habíamos visto el tope en octubre, pero volatilidad se va a tardar en voltearse, ya que tienes volatilidad volteándose acá. O sea, por ejemplo, esto pasó en octubre del 2023, un año después de que había tocado fondo Bitcoin, y esto pasó en julio del 2020, donde en marzo había tocado fondo Bitcoin. Lo que sí podemos notar acá es que el RSI empieza a apuntar para arriba, ¿no? En estas zonas, por ejemplo, en octubre del 2018. Vamos a poner acá esto, donde vuelve a apuntar para arriba. Puedes ver que todo esto no apuntó para arriba hasta acá, que fue básicamente en enero del 2023. Y puedes ver que ahorita está apuntando para arriba. Recuerda que tiene que cerrar esto, ¿eh? Tiene que cerrar esta vela trimestral antes de que se me alboroten y se me exciten como perras rancheras. Puedes ver que el fondo aquí estabas muy cerca de, o ya lo habías visto, ¿no? Y cuando ya tuviste el movimiento a la alza de esto, pues ya estaba por ahí. Aquí ya habías visto el fondo en el 2022 y aquí esa va a ser la pregunta, simplemente cuando RSI se da la vuelta. Pero recuerda, solamente repitiéndolo, por más que esté volteando para arriba, puede caer el precio y esto se va a voltear para abajo, ¿ok? Entonces no le des todavía la gran importancia. Porque, por ejemplo, del otro lado tienes el MACD por fin cruzando debajo del promedio y viendo el histogram poniéndose rojo. Cuando se pone, la última vez que se puso rojo en la trimestral, ya habías visto el fondo. En realidad en octubre, wow. En octubre del 2022. ¡Qué locura! Pues ahí lo tienes. Puede que hay varios factores que te están anunciando eso. Pues el fondo total del ciclo de la verga, quién sabe, güey. Yo sí creo personalmente que probablemente si vemos que esto se levanta aquí y se va para arriba, veas un tope por ahí de los 104 que te lleve a un mega bajón. Solamente por lo de los intereses. Sabemos que van a bajar intereses el próximo año con lo de la política monetaria. Lo mismo por acá, 2022, esperarías el promedio del 100 está en $48,000. 2018, básicamente fue el 55 lo que te aguantó y el segundo jalón que te lo dio casi cerca del promedio del 100 fue un bajo más alto. Entonces, el 55 es donde estás ahorita y puede que recuperes por ahorita. Todavía te queda mes y medio, digo, la mitad del mes, más de la mitad del mes para poder cerrar esto. Pero si cierras por encima del promedio del 55 que está abajo de los 64, ahí es donde la cosa se pone interesante. Porque eso te diría, eso es un SFP del 55. Acá, en todo el mercado bajista del 2022, nunca cerraste por encima del 55 hasta que reventaste a la alza. Vamos a ver el 2018. El pez que en el 2018 también, ya que habías caído debajo del 55 y cerraste por encima, ya habías visto el fondo. Otra cosa que le doy a favor de ello. Y eso que también puedes ver acá, que una vez que el histogram se había vuelto, ¿cómo se dice? Había empezado a cambiar de color, fue cuestión de tiempo para ver lo del mercado alcista, al igual que acá ¿cómo se dice? En el 2019. Y aquí yo ya lo ha hecho. Entonces, otro punto a favor. No tienes posibilidad de divergencia alcista en la mensual. Tienes volatilidad recontrayendo, pero estás en una tendencia bajista, básicamente. Y podemos ver que empieza a popular el promedio del 200. 2 semanas es una de mis vistas favoritas. La de 2 semanas es interesante por esto. tienes un cruce plateado justamente aquí, ¿no? Lo voy a marcar bien. Ahí tienes el cruce plateado. Aquí, en el 2022, perdón. Y en el 2019 tienes el cruce plateado acá. En el 2019, en la de 2 semanas, ya habías visto el fondo. En el 2022, habías visto este fondo acá de 17,000, pero no los 15,000. Entonces, yo creo que si hubieras comprado acá esto, hubieras estado contento y te da igual si bajó a 15,000, ¿no? La pregunta es, ¿por qué esta vez tiene que bajar mucho más, ¿no? Para todos, antes de subir. Si ya tienes el cruce plateado, puede ser que hayas tenido este bajón acá en mayo de 50 y ¿qué fue? 59. No, no mames, bajó más, ¿no? Espérame. Esta es la vela que bajó. Sí, ok. 57, ¿no? Digamos que te va a dar otro bajón y llegas a, 55, 54, ¿no? Marcarías perfecto esto para abajo. Alguien se volvería loco porque imagínate que ya te gastaste tu dinero, no compraste acá. Es ahí donde se pone extraña la cosa para todo el mundo que sigue esperando mucho más abajo. Puedes esperar mucho más abajo si primero vas para arriba. Esa es mi manera de ver esto. ¿Y por qué digo eso? Pienso que en todos los mercados, antes de un bajón grande, tienes un alto histórico. O sea, básicamente esto. Antes de un bajón potente, tienes otra buena regada de liquidez. No veo por qué vergas van a aguantarte aquí todo este tiempo si no te van a subir acá para dar otra buena sacada de liquidez y de ahí ya se vayan a comer todos mierda. Es lo que yo esperaría. Esa es la jugada que yo estoy esperando. Si bajamos ahorita ya normal y llegamos a... Esto es lo que a mí me gustaría, ¿ok? Para que lo sepan. Que toquemos 53. Eso es lo que yo había dicho, es donde vamos a decir gracias por todo. Que toquemos 53 y ya de ahí nos vayamos para arriba. Tío, sigue el mercado normal, perfecto de Bitcoin con su ciclo de mierda tal cual. Olvídense la política monetaria y todo perfecto. Pero si ahorita subimos y este ya fue el fondo, voy a poner sospechoso de esa subida porque vamos a tener bajada de intereses. La bolsa está en altos históricos, simplemente esperando. Vean esto. La bolsa simplemente esperando a ver cuándo. Recuerden que en el mercado del 2022 la bolsa hizo fondo en el promedio del 100, ¿no? Abajo el promedio del 100. Eso pondría a la bolsa, el S&P 500, en una corrección de 25%, nada loco, pero rompió un poco eso, digamos 30%, que es lo que te da más o menos una de esas correcciones buenas. Pero ahorita no lo tienes. O sea, este año ha sido muy alcista, ¿no? Esto es el 2025, el pinche súper rápido, la recuperación, este fue el principio de año, recuperación en putiza. No lo has tenido, no has tenido este tipo de acción que duró un año. Bueno, 2 años en realidad en recuperarse. Se los he puesto 1,000,000,000 de veces. Hasta acá en realidad no rompiste esos altos, que fue el 2024. O sea, fue un mercado bajista de 2 años, cabrones. No de 3 meses, no de 3 meses, de 2 años. No lo has tenido en este medio de ciclo. Y es donde yo digo, están alargando el ciclo. Es, para mí, en la bolsa es un super ciclo, ¿no? Es como yo lo veo. Y es donde yo les digo, si nos vamos para arriba ahorita, que todo el mundo se vuelva súper alcista, va a ser bajista. No luego, no se preocupen. Ya imagino a todo el mundo, ¿qué? En su casa tomando notas. Pero pues ahora sigue siendo una tendencia bajista. Si estamos simplemente basándonos en análisis técnico puro y duro, güey, vienes una tendencia bajista con altos más bajos, con altos más bajos, con altos mucho más bajos y con bajos más bajos. Estás en una tendencia bajista todavía. Solamente conspiranoicamente estamos diciendo que ya fondeamos, ¿ok? La otra cosa es, en la semanal, tienes tus divergencias alcistas en el RSI, por ejemplo, también en la de 2 semanas, ¿eh? Y en la semanal, con tu divergencia alcista en el RSI, con el fondo siendo el de febrero, que fue en los 60,000, y ahorita con un fondo más alto acá el 22 de junio, que fueron los 57,000, puedes entender dónde está la divergencia, la puedes ver, la puedes oler, te la puedes meter por el culo, lo que quieras, pero no has tenido un movimiento fuerte para arriba. Otra cosa que se rompe en esto del ciclo es lo siguiente. Este pump de ahorita de agosto, de julio y agosto, no te lo ha dado. No te ha dado algo así. No te lo ha dado. Esto rompe el ciclo de 4 años, porque te lo dio en el 2022 y te lo dio en el 2018. Aquí no te lo ha dado. No me importa lo que quieras considerar. Güey, no podemos considerar esto aquí. No. Si estamos siguiendo el ciclo tal cual, con altos, bajos, locales, etcétera, no puedes considerarlo igual, en mi opinión, ¿no? Tienes 1, 2, no, y este cierre por encima del promedio del 5, también del 200. Aquí habías tenido este encontronazo con el promedio del 200 y ahorita justamente sigues consolidando, intentando reventar el promedio del 9. Una vez que revientas y cierras por encima del promedio del 9, ni tiempo de respirar te da antes de que te dé un pompazo. Entonces, pueden ver cómo el promedio del 9 nos está dando esto y el promedio del 200 nos está dando esta parte del triángulo. 1, 2, tal vez 3 sesiones más y esto tiene que reventar. Para arriba o para abajo. A donde quieras, tío. ¿No? Yo le doy más probabilidades de ir para arriba que para abajo a esto porque está haciendo consolidación bajista. Lo que normalmente verías tú y dices, güey, esto es pero bajista de a madre. Sabemos que Bitcoin no se comporta así, con altos más bajos. Y ahora, ¿está haciendo bajos más bajos? Sí, aquí y aquí. Y la idea es, pero güey, no ha hecho un bajo más bajo para llevarse esto. A cierto punto lo deja de hacer, ¿no? Para poder subir. A cierto punto lo tiene que dejar para poder subir. Por eso yo digo, si vamos a un ciclo normal, llévate a estos güeyes, saca esos longs y vámonos para arriba. Y todo normal, todo perfecto, vamos a vender todo el 2029. Pero si ahorita este fue el bajo más bajo, nos ha estado engañando acá de que está haciendo altos más bajos, ¿no? Yo lo que pensaría es, irías acá, retestear los 67, caes, más o menos te llevas esto hasta acá, a los 59,500 y de aquí subes, eso sería arte, sería poesía en la tabla. Porque eso sería, saca todo el mundo, efectivamente pone el bajo más alto y vámonos. Pero todavía no lo haces. Simplemente estás rangueando entre el promedio del 200, el SMA 200 y el EMA 9. Ahorita. Nada tiene la ventaja. Por eso, tradea rangos, cabrones. Rangos. Vean esto. Se lo voy a poner ya aquí. Así. Tradea rangos. De acá a acá. Es lo que pueden hacer en PIONEX con los bots esos. Tradea rangos, tío. Muy pocas veces te sales del rango. Muy pocas veces. Entonces le doy más preferencia alcista que bajista ahorita Bitcoin. Yo creo al corto plazo, porque también están inculcándole a todo el mundo que las malas noticias no están tirando a Bitcoin. Por eso les digo, si ahorita nos vamos para arriba, vemos cualquier tipo de cosa donde no hacemos un nuevo mínimo. La regla es, si hacemos un nuevo mínimo, ciclo perfecto de 4 años. Si no hacemos un nuevo mínimo y vamos para arriba, superamos estos niveles de acá, tocamos, y en la diaria tienes que poner mucha atención, tío, porque hay otra cosa acá que nunca ha pasado. El promedio del 200, el SMA 200 está en $70,000 planos. Con que toques esa mamada, no había pasado en los últimos 2 ciclos. No había pasado. ¿Qué quiere decir eso, Alejandro? Si nunca había pasado, Probablemente, porque cada que tocas el promedio del 200 simplemente lo rompes. No te quedas ahí a ver. En cuanto lo tocas, la primera vez lo rompes a la alza y vas para arriba. Si Bitcoin te demuestra esa fuerza ahorita, hacemos esto, ¿no? O es más, esto resulta en justamente esto y esto. Y revientas el S&P 200 a la primera. Ahí es donde voy a decir, güey, ni madres, ni madres. Ese fue el fondo. Ese fue un fondo antes de la última, vámonos de fiesta de los fondos. A un mercado bajista de 2 años, un pedo así. Eso sería para mí la señal. Lo que yo quiero ver para poder simplemente relajarme y dejar mi dinero en esta mamada sería esto. No importa, si son 53, 40, me da igual, pero que me haga eso. Eso es lo que me dejaría relajarme por 4 años. No hace eso y nos vamos para arriba, vamos a tener que tradear como Superman. Y les prometo que cuando todo el mundo esté diciendo esto no va a bajar, estamos en el superciclo para arriba, todos ustedes se la van a creer, porque ya lo vimos acá en los 82. Fue prometido y se los dijimos. Acá, para que te hagan sentir euforia y que avaricia, tienes que creértela, güey. No es como, güey, ve qué fácil, güey, todo el mundo se lo cree y yo no. No, tienes que creértela. Y eso es lo que van a hacer si es que no ves un nuevo mínimo en Bitcoin. Sobre todo, voy a deshacerme de esto y de esto. Volatilidad en la diaria, preparando un setup. Está en nula volatilidad. En la semanal está cayendo con mucha fuerza, cuando en la de 2 semanas está listo para reventar. También preparado. En la mensual se está volteando para abajo y en la trimestral está el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla. Bitcoin tiene puesto sencillamente acá el trade que les acabo de decir, para que no estén adivinando a dónde. Y pueden verlo acá, vean. En la de 4 horas tienes un setup de volatilidad perfectamente dándose ahorita. Pueden ver, se movió con este movimiento. Y ahora esto se puede regresar para abajo como lo hizo acá, ¿eh? Atentos. Pero aquí tienes un setup de volatilidad listo. Está en 18.25, en lo que el precio de Bitcoin está en 64.200. Denme un segundito solamente para ver qué es lo que está intentando hacer. 12.14, 18.25 en 64.200. Perdón, van a tener que aguantarme tantito. Ojo, cerraste por encima del S&P 200, ¿eh? Ok, si el precio sube, este setup es para la baja. Quiere apoyar a la baja. Si el precio se da la vuelta y lo vuelve a resetear acá por debajo de, es algo bastante probable. Pero esto lo quiere empujar a la baja. Puedes ver cómo el setup se está volviendo más débil, en lo que el precio, la vela se estaba volviendo verde en los 2.50. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Y normalmente cuando te da este tipo de velazos rojos, sí hay continuación. No loca, pero sí hay continuación, donde mínimo te da otra vela o algo así. Entonces yo sí esperaría otra vela roja acá. Sería delicioso que justamente pegue en el punto en donde estamos esperando nosotros nuestra entrada por aquí. Excelente, excelente. Y ahí vámonos para arriba. Es lo que yo esperaría. Si el otro lado ahorita se da la vuelta y se va a 67, ahí le haces corto. Punto. Punto y aparte. Bien, entonces, vamos a empezar con XAUSD, which is gold, for a trade, please.
Trade. I see why we're looking for a gold trade. I definitely see why. Been watching silver do a little busting action move as well, right in that spot. Talking about gold here. Same with gold. Gold entering into a nice spot of resistance. You obviously have a little setup here off of the daily 100, which will take you to the SMA 200. Let's look at the weekly. Let's kind of see the higher time frame perspective. Okay, so we have a weekly buy trigger. It's important because we haven't entered into a weekly buy trigger really since we lost that in June. And if it sticks, the weekly buy trigger really can be the one that takes gold really up. So let's see. Okay, so that's bullish. That's a good sign. The issue is it's just that looming $4,380 region. Essentially flipping these wick highs into support could actually brew a move all the way up to 4,800 on gold. So very close, but in my opinion, I'd like to see that meme line get reclaimed. Now, it should be no issue getting a reclaim of 4,380 for bulls. You're right back above the daily EMA 100. Weekly's in a buy trigger. I think the easy long would be expansion up, get a long off of 4,380 and take it to 4,482. Your stop loss could be at today's low, like today's low, literally, if you end up seeing 4,380 get reclaimed. The idea is that you're just going to SR that wick high into support. It will end up basing off of it. You'll get the one last expansion up. And I do believe once you hit this SMA 200, you're going to find some kind of resistance on gold. That doesn't mean it's going to go to the gutter. It just means you're going to probably find a little bit of resistance. Let's see what the higher time frame would have to say about that. So most likely then you keep expanding on this bi-weekly closes, you go in for a bi-weekly throwback. Understand that you have not been able to get back above your bi-weekly EMA 9 since, again, March. And you will notice that no confirmation of that quite yet. But if bulls really do defend this, you could be actually seeing a nice bullish spark brewing on gold here. But again, that's why I still need to use 4,380 as the spot. You need to not disregard your daily SMA 200. That is going to be the technical target from the EMA 100 to the SMA 200. And then if you get back above your SMA 200, let's say you don't reject first tap, but actually reclaim it, beautiful. That opens up a whole other long trigger in itself. Go to your own gold chart. Look at every time gold's reclaimed an SMA 200. And again, keyword reclaimed, not like chopped and lost it, but held it, threw it back. You expand up from that. Boomers love the SMA 200 up and also down. You can notice gold will give you a nice trade depending on if you're above or below the SMA 200 on the daily. So let's kind of put this in a nice perspective here, something easy. Gold's looking bullish. I think this week it's going to move up. I would be surprised if we don't move up, honestly, at least going to 4,380, but that's going to be the spot of interest for a trade. You're not really looking to be trading here right now. I understand the point, which is let's just bid the daily 100, let's long up to the SMA 200, but the issue is this wick high rejection. You've seen closings, you've seen moves up, you've seen this not hold, and then it dumps really hard from that spot. Now, you've also been under this spot, which is right where the SMA 200 is. Both you've been under. SMA 200 under, 4,380 you've been under. So what I like to do is for a trade here on gold, you're just simply going to wait for the reclaim. 4,380 will get a nice move up if it reclaims, and you'll simply run with today's low. The idea is that this was the throwback of the SMA 200. You just simply need to now get back above, get the reclaim, and that'll be a reclaim expansion trade. You can see that that still gives you about a 2.3% move, which is not too bad. But depending on where you position here, if you're going to run that stop loss on like the low of today, it's questionable on the risk to reward. The better trade would be if you long the reclaim and then you also reclaim the SMA 200. But in my opinion, there's no need to be holding a trade up until that point for this. You just TP the trade. You probably reject, form a higher low, and then if it does end up reclaiming SMA 200, it's a whole trade in itself. You could just run the same stop loss, or if you form some kind of higher low here, that's what you're going to be respecting, which is daily trend. I do think, again, gold is bullish, but I would be fully cautious of it rejecting its daily SMA 200. That is a spot that you have not been able to retest since you lost it in June. And so gold could have literally an easy move up to that point. But until you get the reclaim, this is not going to be any kind of bull market. It's not going to be extremely bullish. It's going to be muted in its price action until this gets reclaimed. Are you starting to see things on the higher time frame shift? Perhaps, but understand you will need to get a higher time frame trend shift if you're really going to just swing long gold all the way up to 5,000, 4,800. You'll need to actually take out this last lower high. So really understand this is a quickie. This is a trade based on today closing, and it's also going to be based on just a reclaim So let's see if we get the expansion off the daily 100, which you have so far. And if you did position off that GG, that's good. Stop loss at break even, basically, at this point, in my opinion. Let's see if you form some kind of nice hammerhead here, get a reclaim of 4,380. That could be a good sign in the midst of a major downtrend. So that's something I'm watching. There's no major bullish spark on gold until you're back above this SMA 200. But until then, I think you can easily range trade the zone. And that gives you over 2% range. I think that's well respected as long as you're not front running this reclaim. And again, you don't want to be the guy like here. You know, trend was maybe up, 21 got hit. You then immediately rejected 4,380 and immediately made that new low on gold. So let's just do the opposite end and do something like this, which then took gold very easily up to like 4,600 and even at 4,800. So hopefully that made sense. Watch the daily close, and one level is 4,380 for gold longs. As long as you get the reclaim, that's going to move up to 4,480. So I think I said that wrong. 4,380 will move you up $100 on gold. And then once you hit the SMA 200, probably rejects. If you reclaim it, that's the swing long you want to be positioning for gold. That's your indication. Daily SMA 200 just got reclaimed. You might be entering into a bull market on gold. Till then, be very cautious of the underside retest.
Nice. Very simply put. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
And then Farhano's going to do Microsoft for a trade, and then for you, SanDisk for a trade, if there's such a thing.
Everyone's talking about SanDisk.
I got something Microsoft for you.
That's right. El trade del oro, una de las cosas más divertidas. Puedes ver la significancia de esta línea meme, la voy a subir tantito más para poder ilustrar justamente el tope de acá, el extremo. Voy a llevarme estos mínimos, rechazo acá, rechazo de toda esta zona, rechazo de esta zona en la diaria y el último rechazo que te dio también. No lo has tocado todavía. ¿Ok? Este último alto que está en 4,381. ¿Tienes un trade aquí? Sí. Pero puedes ver que tienes acá arriba el SMA 200. En la diaria acabas de crear, venías de este alto, de alto más bajo, ¿no? Y con bajo, bajo más bajo, pero ¿qué hiciste? Del bajo más bajo hiciste un bajo más alto y un bajo más alto. Y ahora te llevaste todos estos altos, lo que te pone en una tendencia diaria alcista. Pero en la semanal, y ojo acá, sigues en una tendencia bajista. ¿Hasta dónde? En la semanal sigues en una tendencia bajista hasta que te lleves esto. Los 4,900 básicamente, 4,800. Puedes ver que está recuperando el promedio del 21 y el 34 al mismo tiempo en la semanal, que es bastante bueno. Pero tienes el obstáculo en la diaria del SMA 200. Ok, ¿qué es lo que puedes hacer? Acá tienes una oportunidad de long, pero recuperando el promedio del 100. Esta zona donde estás ahorita, donde estás rebotando y que estás viendo el precio con volatilidad expandiendo, eso es bastante bueno. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer? Entrar en un long en cualquier oportunidad donde el precio llegue a bajar un poco más para acercarte a tu invalidación, que sería la parte baja de esta vela. Esta vela. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no entrar ahorita de golpe? Porque puede que simplemente haga un alto más bajo aquí, lo puedes ver, esto, y simplemente rechazar y continuar para abajo. No quieres caer en ello. Y si vas a caer en ello, mínimo quieres poder salirte con el mejor plan posible. Ahorita la salida en realidad no está nada mal, es 1.16%, pero te puedes apalancar más sabroso. Si llega a bajar un poco más, a darte una entrada por acá a 0.5%, por ejemplo, y tienes tu salida acá en 4,313. Y con eso te sales y ves que baja más. ¿Por qué? Porque quiere decir entonces que vas a ver un poco más para abajo. Y tu siguiente punto a retestear podría ser el promedio del 5 y esta zona, o puede ser justamente la parte baja de acá en los 4,200. Entonces no quieres dejarte ahí el trade. Quieres salirte y volver a entrar a ver dónde le puedes pegar, si es que le puedes pegar, siempre y cuando no te lleves el mínimo de esta vela. Porque eso quiere decir que efectivamente rompiste la tendencia y vas para abajo y este fue un tope. Entonces, puesto sencillo, la mejor alternativa es apostar a este reclamo del promedio del 100, que está justamente en los 4,317, usar este fondo de esta vela para ir al promedio del 200. No quieres quedarte hasta el promedio del 200 o más. Aquí es donde te vas a querer salir. ¿Por qué y qué tan lejos está? De donde estás ahorita es básicamente un 3%. La razón por qué es porque no lo has tocado desde que lo perdiste y tienes probabilidad grande de perderlo y simplemente no volver o de ni siquiera tocarlo. Entonces puede que te le quieras adelantar un poco en tu salida acá, decir gracias por todo, me llevo mi lana y vámonos, te rechace. O puedes abrir otro trade si esta mamada se lleva el promedio del 200, vuelves a entrar en el promedio del 200. Y ahí invalidas de acuerdo a cómo estén puestos las velas una vez que vengas al retesteo para continuar para arriba. Siguiente alto a llevarte, 4,700 y de ahí los 4,887 que te había dicho. Y eso hablaría de tiempos, en temporalidades más altas como la semanal, ya llevarte este máximo de acá, este alto de reversión de tendencia y podrías ir a buscar tal vez otra vez altos históricos. O mínimo los 5,424 y pues de ahí podrías ya empezar a ver más para adelante. Así que ahí lo tienes en oro. Vamos a ver Microsofty.
Alrighty. One second, let me just post this short real quick on Google. Just hit the last button. And to Google. Everyone likes Google.
Of course. Who doesn't?
Retards. Okie dokie, there it is posted. Alright, let me share my screen. Okay, and now we will go to this is for trade.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Oh, it's in price discovery here. Busting action. Actually, no, it's just in busting action. And kind of topped out here on momentum and volatility, nearing the extremes at 520-ish bucks. Go to the daily. Daily's already at that extreme. Momentum starting to tick down on volatility starting to tick down. Let me zoom out a little bit here and go into a little bit of a higher time frame. And you're at macro resistance. You do have a little gap ski here too, right at this box at $469. Nice number. Got a God mode signal here. Haven't gotten the sell signal just yet though. 4 hours now starting to flip back up, putting in some hidden bullish divergence. Let's wait for this to appear. Come on. 4-hour Jules also losing the sell signal, flipping back into a neutral sometime today. Por favor, para Miguelito. Oh my god. Come on. Don't do this to me. We have HPDR at least. And HPDR is now tapping that 78.6%, which is your target from closing over the 38 too. Let's make that go back. And also around 520 is would be that top area. Let's go back to the 2-day. And lines up with the 2-day also. And this is your weekly breakdown point as well. You just mark it off with the little meme line here. Right around 520 bucks. Okay, let's go back for a second. and let's see, at 520, right around this level here. That is a 6% risk. Not too bad, not the worst. And then from there, you're looking for fill this gap, that's around 11%. And then from there, this point here, 14%, and somewhere around this region. But although the main one is this 11% move. Let's look at RSI. You have weekly hidden bullish divergence. All of this is playing out, and now you're in the bearish bullish control zone. You would have support here at 45. That would hit you pretty close to your gap here. Two days in the critical zone, also kind of due for a pullback. The edge of the critical zone sits in the 480s. Let me zoom in here. Daily does have some bearish divergence forming. This will confirm with any closure below 498. You currently have support at somewhere between 460 and 440, right along that gap, 460s. Four hours also forming bearish divergence. Okay. Forming some more hidden bullish divergence here on the 2 hour would give you a target to 425. Wow, beautiful. Exactly at that 420s, 424, 425. Let's go into momentum. Weekly is currently flipped up, going to remain up as long as you're closing over for about $400. 2 day it's also flipped up and is going to remain up as long as you're closing over 473, right along that gap. And you got a fresh silver cross also, right over here. And your 9 is sitting right at the gap at 460. Beautiful. Daily it's now very close to flipping down, and it will flip down if you close below 509.46. I believe this is going to be already down. Oh no. 4 hours currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 507. So it's a little bit more extension to the upside. 2 hours currently closed down, but it's very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up with any closure over 511. Let's go back up. So basically the idea is somewhere around $520 to $530 would be the entry for the short. You got your stop at this current wick high here at $553. That's at around like less than 5% against you. Let me measure it out once again. Around 525, that is around less than 6% against you, like 5.41%. And then your target would be that gap fill right around this $460 region, and that's around 11 to 12% in your favor. So that's around 2 to 1. And then your next zone is going to be somewhere around this consolidation zone here at $430, where this rejected a whole bunch of times, right around 430, and that's around close to 20% in your favor. And the next one is going to be a full retrace to this 200 SMA, although this one is not likely to get hit. This one's at around 24%. The main idea is really this one here, which is around like 11 to 12% with your stop at this point here.
May I just say that's absolutely fucking crazy to have an invalidation that's 6% above. And also, Microsoft is predatory as fuck. Look at this low. Guess what he did? Took it out before he did this. What makes you think it's not just going to go?
I'm basing it off of volatility, which is now at 2 periods is 100%.
That's a scary trade, but they did ask, right? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Esto es uno de esos trades donde no deberías de hacerlo. Personalmente no lo creo. ¿Por qué? Porque vas para arriba, ¿no? en Microsoft, puedes ver cómo la volatilidad está en extremos, continúa empujando, retomas el promedio del 200, probablemente vengas a cerrar el gap acá con el promedio del 200 o este gap de acá en los 470, pero tienes probabilidad de continuación en este momento, que es lo que te está diciendo. Una entrada acá, que es justamente literalmente lo que fue resistencia y después soporte y que te ha llevado a los máximos históricos ambas ocasiones. Esta entrada está en los 531. El problema de esta entrada en donde está es que para invalidarla tienes que usar los topes y es casi una invalidación de 5%. La otra cosa que puedes notar acá en Microsoft es, ve la gatada que hizo. Esto es cuando hacen gatadas las acciones. Tienes un bajo, un alto, mucho más alto que los pasados de acá, ¿no? Que este de acá. Y luego viene, se da la vuelta y es un nuevo bajo más bajo. Y dices, bueno, perfecto. Voy a probablemente subir, rechazar acá y continuar para abajo, ¿no? Porque es lo que seguiría en una tendencia normal. Y efectivamente manda a chingar a tu puta madre todo lo que sabes de análisis técnico y hace un nuevo alto más alto que este. Se pone por encima de todos los promedios diarios, digo semanales, y ahora viene a buscar nuevos altos históricos. Va a lograrlo simplemente por el extremo de ganancias que ha tenido últimamente. Esperaríamos que tengas un rechazo en esta zona y que vengas a llenar o este gap o en la diaria el de acá abajo, que sería muy exagerado. Muy, muy exagerado. Pero mínimo, tal vez, regresar a retestear el promedio del 200 para después continuar, ¿no? Es lo que esperarías en la diaria. Esto es uno de esos trades que no sé si yo tomaría personalmente por la gatada, ¿no? Porque es mucho más fácil, ya que tienes todo el mundo acá trepándose en corto. Y aparte la invalidación queda tan lejos, tío. Hasta acá arriba, de casi 5%, donde pues básicamente tienes que poner, si estás usando apalancamiento a 20x, ¿no? Un 20x, esa que te elimine la posición completa. Y ahí es donde tienes que pensar cómo lo harías. Pero es la idea en Microsoft. ¿Se puede? ¿Recomendado? Probablemente no, pero pues cada quien, tío. Vamos a ver SanDisk para un trade entonces.
Yeah, so I am seeing a trade brewing. Something's brewing here. My idea is consolidation forms this little channel right under the daily 100, probably pops up, tests 1,430, not ever taking out August 4th wick high, leading to the dump towards the SMA 200. We can go to the daily here, and you can just see it is technically in a sell trigger. You are now just retesting the loss of the 5, and I do believe you could go up a little higher and test the 9. The idea is that this most likely consolidates a little longer and maybe even fills in that gap right here, just a minor little gap, while also testing that daily 100. I do believe the daily 100 should be the easy spot to short SanDisk. And again, as long as you're running the stop loss slightly above these highs, do you think this actually gives bears a pretty good risk to reward type of trade? They, don't get chopped out. They short the extremity. They have something like very, very tight, like this, slightly higher, and they're just going to target the SMA 200. Pretty insane stat. You're risking about 1.9% to gain probably 38%. And let's just say we test the lows. So maybe you get 28%, even lower. Let's go 18%. Regardless, I see SanDisk dumping hard from here unless you get back above your daily 34. If you get back above the daily 34, yeah, bets are off to the downside. You're going up to 1600. And probably if you break 1600, you're going to bust up to a new high. You do see that is the criteria that worked last time. 1600 consolidated led to that high of 2300. Let's actually measure really fast. It's like we're fully willing to flip long if it gives it to us, but that's just not what's happening right now. We're actually more likely to go short. You should go up around 8% to test the daily 100. I do believe that if you reject and break down, you will actually get a target down to around $900 to $877. See the HBDR really fast. Let's kind of see. Okay, so that would be the 100% range. That would be testing the daily median, right? You see that? And the daily is in a breakdown. So technically short is right. And as long as if you even short here, your stop loss would be the same, 1,450. So just so everyone's aware, let's see anything else. No, it's just like right between the 34 and the 21. All right, anything else? HBR won't be helpful here, but the 5-day might, right? And so the 5-day, you can see here, you've just been rejecting your 5-day 5. You've never actually hit your 5-day 34, so it makes sense you got the bounce, in my opinion. It definitely makes sense you got the bounce. It's just, is it going to hold, right? So even if you go back to this low, good chance it won't hold. But even if it holds, that's still a pretty good trade at this current point. Like testing the lows is about 15%. So I stand on my SanDisk trade. I'm not seeing any kind of long. You're literally in a downtrend, lower high, lower high, lower high. You can go to like a 5-day. You're in a downtrend. Is this the last 5-day lower high? And they've been forming these lower highs on these candles, these wick high rejections, right off of the 5, right off the 5. If you are going to be on the camp that this is going up, very easily, you just wait for the daily 34 to get reclaimed. Your stop loss will be here. And you'll be just looking at this as bullish price structure forming, slowly pop up, reclaim, go long, and target there. But statistically right now, that's not the trade I'm seeing. I think you can easily go into a little channel here. I think you can consolidate for a few days, hit the daily 100 and dump. This trade's very simple because the invalidation is very obvious. As long as you don't take out 1,450, you're just going to short SanDisk as close to that zone as possible. Technically, you're in a daily breakdown. Technically, you're hitting the daily median, and you're even in a daily sell trigger here. So if you were one to short at this current spot, is it stupid? Well, no, because the stop loss is the same, and the risk to reward is still a massively good here. 29% gain at current market price versus you're risking, oh, God, never mind, actually, 15%. That's never mind. Don't position here. Just wait for the gap fill. Watch the daily 100. Have the stop loss at this top of the wick at 1,450. And yeah, I would not short here. That's way too high. I thought maybe it was gonna be 5%. 15% is ridiculous. So I'll visually just put it up one more time. Something like this here. You can TP around here. You're gonna maybe consolidate for until Wednesday, Thursday, if this is gonna be true, assuming it doesn't break down now. And only way to invalidate this is take out 1,450 and reclaim your daily 34. That's when the rodeo starts. That's when we can actually start going up again on SanDisk. And really fast, let's see the monthly. Yeah, if it reclaims that daily 34, right, you're above that stop loss. And what's stopping SanDisk from getting expansion off the monthly 5 to a new all-time high? Well, literally nothing. And this could just be the higher low. But still, lower time frames are in favor for bears. Watch the setup, and hopefully that made sense. What a chart.
Absolutely made sense. Yes, sir.
15% though, I can't comfortably give that out. That's crazy.
Yeah. Now we got oil for a trade, and then right after for you, Alex, meta for a trade.
Sweet.
Voy a hacer esto rápido en SanDisk. Pueden ver rápido aquí la tendencia que sigue, ¿no? Alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Puedes verlo alto más bajo, pero vamos con este que es más obvio, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo. Estás en una clara tendencia bajista. No tienes que pensarlo tanto, ¿no? Acá, importante, la línea roja que estás viendo acá es el promedio del 100, que caíste, hiciste un SFP y continuaste cayendo. Lo que parece estar haciendo es consolidando en esta zona, básicamente así, acá. Y lo que dirías es, vas a venir acá a retestear para continuar cayendo y hacer un nuevo mínimo. Eso te da un buen trade, una buena opción de trade. Además de que en la diaria, recuerda que qué es lo que quieres usar como tu extremo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, lo puedes venir a retestear, que está el promedio del 21. No lo has hecho. Parece que lo tocaste acá, el 21 en la línea amarilla, pero no la tocaste. Puedes ver perfectamente que no. Entonces, la idea sería lo más cerca de esta zona es donde quieres hacer corto. Primera entrada, promedio del 100. Segunda entrada, promedio del 21. O puedes simplemente hacer una entrada, aguantar las ganas en el promedio del 100 y decir, güey, voy a meterme en el promedio del 21 y poner tu invalidación un poco más arriba de esto. Digamos acá en los 1455. Y ahí aguantar un corto a primera posición para tomar dinero justo antes de este bajo en los 1200, justo antes de este bajo en los 1100, que son 1120, justo antes de este bajo en los 1016 o en el promedio del 200, lo que tú quieras. Pero la idea es sencilla. Te metes por acá, digamos, en el SMA2, en el promedio del 100, tu invalidación queda algo lejos, queda por ahí del 7,5%. A mí me gusta más el 21, yo no me metería menos de que llegue al 21. El 21 me pone simplemente a 3,36%, 3,4% de invalidación, y ahí es donde me quedo para el corto de SanDisk, que simplemente está siguiendo la tendencia. ¿Qué es lo que te diría el otro lado de esto? Si agarras la línea blanca que viene para acá abajo, te trepas por encima, la usas como resorte, pues tío, eso fue un cambio de tendencia. Pero hasta ahorita continúas en una tendencia bajista y no hay nada que te lo pruebe. Lo único que está haciendo es jugando juegos pendejos así en este momento. Entonces, pum, pum, para continuar para abajo. Listo. Ok, Mr. Parjano, we're ready for oil for a trade.
Alrighty. Time for my bullshit.
Time for your motherfucking bullshit.
US oil. Weekly's at resistance right this 9.
Hang on, before you start analyzing the chart, can you please tell me the recent news of the trade? Is the Strait of Hormuz open or closed today?
I have to check my Hormuz tracker.
Have we won the war this week or not yet?
I think we've won it 6 times this week.
Okay, that's okay. So far so good. I'm glad we counted these macro stats. Now you can go on.
I think if my math is right, so far we have won it around 7 gorgillion times.
Okay. I would expect your math to be right. So yes, it's very important that you guys watch the news before you analyze these things.
I'm Asian, so what does that tell you about my math?
Oh, very good. Oh, very good.
They have to use racism against my people in universities.
That's right. Because you guys are so good. So I'll give you that.
You already hit the 55, which is your target for that 2150 and 5 EMA. Let's go down towards 2 day. 2 days, we're also at the 55 off of this. Still, it tried to do a silver cross up to the upside, and then they diverged, and then basically turned back into a downside silver cross. Not taking out this low here. This is at 71.50, and then this low is at 75. So there is some hidden bullish divergence forming, and this will confirm with any closure over $78.77. And then this will take you back up to this previous high here, somewhere around $87 to $90. And let's go down. Close to a bullish cross as well. Pink's just touching tips with the yellow here. Daily. Between these 2 points, there's some slight hidden bullish divergence. Did confirm on this candle here, and momentum is close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. Comes along with this test of the blue box, brings you towards somewhere around like 84, more like $87, somewhere around that same $87 to $90 region. The 4 hour. 4 hours also currently flipped up, putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although it's far away from being confirmed. You would have to close below 77.80. Let's wait for this to appear. In the meantime, let's pull up the HPDR. Even that's taking some time, and this is getting to pretty extreme areas here. Probably you will see a slight pullback before you go up to the $87 area, especially since you're now taking out this previous lower high, right around like $82. Your current high is at 81.62, so you're very close to that. Let's check the other side. You got bearish divergence. You've already hit the target though. Anything else? Not quite. Today is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over about $78.77. And then this gives you a move into $86. Oh, lines right up at the 87. Beautiful. 2 days putting in bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over same number, $78.77. And this brings you into around $83. But this level will update. Daily's already confirmed multiple drives of bullish divergence. Volatility is still expanding. That gives you a target of around $85. Between 85 and the next level would be the bullish control zone, and that would be the target if volatility goes back to extremes, which kind of looks like it's doing, and that's at around $100. Okie dokie. 4 hour hidden bearish divergence. You have hit the easy target, and this is now playing or about to be invalidated. Actually, it is very close to invalidation. This will close with any one more closure, or invalidate with any one more closure over $79.43. And if you do invalidate that, that gives you a target towards $85. Probably will see a little pullback around 82 first, though.
I mean, this is a continuation of the trade that I have on my chart that we left with last time, with the invalidation with the candle at 76 and a long going to the 88, 87 area.
Yeah, I have the same exact target. And if you haven't gotten in on that, I'd say it's probably too late.
Exactly.
Chasing.
Because our TP1 already hit at 81.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna say no trade on this one, unless you're already in that previous one.
Yeah, I would applaud that. I would applaud that, because literally it's what I have on my chart. Look, we're gonna hit here and then just invalidate it with this little thing. So if anyone got in it, great. If not, you're way too fucking late.
Yeah. We even posted a bot too. I even posted on that exact idea, which is up 3%.
Nice.
Mazzolito.
Yeah, well done. Alrighty, so right after for you, Mr. Farjano, we got Alex doing meta for a trade, Sol for a trade.
Soilana, nice.
Salamis. I got some salamis in my wallet right now. Selling some fucking useless.
I got a salami in my pantalones.
I had because chorizo is supposed to be the same thing, right? Like chorizo is supposed to be your dick. And reminded me that I had a torta of chorizo, a chorizo torta this weekend. Let me tell you something, dude. I ordered that shit from like a disgusting place that's like I'm pretty sure it's a taco truck around here. And it ended up being so expensive, even though it's like cheap Mexican food. Whatever. I had half of that, and I was full for 2 days. Like, I don't think I'm gonna eat today. It's crazy.
The tortas are insane, honestly. Yeah. The mayo, the bread, the meat. Oh my god.
I personally don't really like the bolillos because they get all soggy.
Oh, you fucking get the fuck out of here. Get out of here.
A big back times 100, do a chilaquiles torta.
Ooh.
Those are
yeah, see? God damn. All right, now I'm hungry.
Yeah,
even though I can't eat anymore. All right, thank you. Aquí en el petróleo habíamos dado y hasta habían puesto un bot, Alex, de este trade que habíamos platicado la semana pasada. Lo único que agregué aquí fue esta flecha para señalarlo. Vas a entrar lo más cerca acá posible e invalidarlo con este mínimo para irte justamente a esta zona en los 87, 88 dólares. El mismo trade continúa. La cosa es, en long, la cosa es, ya ve dónde está el precio, ya tocó TP1, es más, y ahorita tu invalidación está 6% abajo. Si no te metiste en este trade, te vas a tener que esperar, no tienes un trade ahorita. porque esto puede que haga tantito chopping, que llegue por acá, haga esto, continúe, haga esto, continúe, llegue al objetivo y lo rompa a la alza o lo que sea, pero ya llegaste muy tarde a este trade. Así que por eso es importante estar siempre viendo esto. Bien, vamos con Meta for a trade. Perfect.
Nice. Yeah, I think Meta's setting up actually looks kind of interesting. Just based on the monthly here, you can see here the monthly was in a pretty nice downtrend. That lower low break, lower high, the lower low maybe, but then this is when it starts maybe putting higher lows. You come in another lower high. This is on a weekly, so we can go to a monthly and it'll look even better. And so you can just see the monthly is still in a downtrend. The weekly maybe was grinding out, maybe some bullish price structure there you saw in this region here, but that has decimated. You have a breakdown. And now what you have is just, in my opinion, potentially another lower low break. Let's see. 524. Almost. Let's go to the 2-day. You can see that was a lower low break on the 2-day though. So like lower time frames, daily, 2-day, 5-day downtrend, monthly still in confirmed downtrend. The weekly is a little tricky, and so that's why the higher time frames will still guide us. And you will see the weekly is a little tricky because the monthly is just consolidating on the 34. So it does make sense that the weekly is getting somewhat of bouncing here, bouncing price action. So for a trade, it's very easy. We're going to just be running on the cam. This is a lower high. It's very simple. You're just going to be shorting Meta under the weekly 100. It's at 600, basically 601, and that's just a nice zone to be watching for weakness. A weekly 100 should reject and take you down to 480. Now I know that's a massive setup, and really it is a pretty big setup, but that is the technical target. Now understand that if you do not get the expansion down and you actually reclaim this weekly 100, I do believe that's just going to be the start of another maybe local bottom, if not a bottom forming. You've seen that work pretty well on Meta. Under the weekly 100s, opportunities to short. We can look at it every time. Look at dumped was just downside price action, but you'll notice the target was the SMA 200 on the weekly. So here went straight to it in 1 week. Here it took through 2 weeks, and then here it took multiple weeks, but still hit the target. You can notice, right, that bears show up under the weekly 100. It's very simple. Just like bulls will show up above the EMA 100, that took you to the SMA 200, that gets reclaimed, the bottom's in. So in this perspective here, I do think it's wise to be scaling shorts in this region. Like I said, if like the 2 days in a downtrend, we can just play the last major lower high. I will be looking at maybe this to be too wide, right? This 680. So if you're looking for a short, the idea is to short around 600 to 608. I think your stop loss could be, it's just hard. You have a major gap. So yeah, you will have to take it at like 648, honestly. You'll have to. The idea is to short around 600 to 6012, gap fill. Maybe it goes up to 630, potentially on the daily. But again, the issue is where we're at. And this level here, I already have a line there, is major resistance on like the weekly. So it's going to be very hard to be looking for maybe that 630, 620 zone. I will say that is like a good spot to short Meta. Now that I see it, actually, I think 600 to 620 would be a good spot if you get it. Understand your stop loss will just be at 656. You're going to be targeting right into 480 to $500. And really, once you take out this low, I will be looking for Meta to be kind of in a bouncing zone like this, lower low. Maybe we go in for another lower high. That's all I really see on Meta, though. It's really not the cleanest. You're still really not in a daily sell trigger, technically, but it is setting up, in my opinion. I still think trend is the key factor for these stocks, and really trend is your friend. So if the trend is down, we have easy stop loss placement. We don't need to be fighting anything. And if the weekly 100, which every time we've been under it has led to price action down, and we're under it now, we should be on the camp that this is bearish. Now let's zoom out really fast. You can see this week, yeah, no, you opened above the 9, but you closed under it. So just tricky on Meta. I will say though, short 600 to 630. Yeah, like 600 to 630. Stop loss at 656. Target 480 to 500. Understand this trade will totally diminish if you do start seeing the daily reclaim 601. So we can go back to the daily. If you start seeing, let's say this 34 hold, that's when this trade will start diminishing because the weekly will actually get the reclaim. So I really think line in the sand should be 630. If you're bullish, it's SMA 200. You're going to be watching 600 to 630 as a short zone. If your weekly gets back above the 100, you aren't able to short Meta anymore. But this week's giving you somewhat of confidence to short. You just don't need to see follow through. You've just hit the weekly 5, so you're not very clear in a breakdown quite yet. But that could mean that this week you go down, next week you position. Could mean you'd go down, next week you position and you dump. You're not really ever taking out the stop. Throw on HBDR really fast, and you can see you were very near actually a breakout from this point. But I'm just playing into that as like a trap scenario. As long as you stand at this weekly 100, you're not moving up. Even HBDR is telling you there's no breakout under the weekly 100. So let's watch that very carefully. Weekly median's at 570. That is the next target from this current point. And the breakdown's at 539. I hope that made sense. I know it's a little floppy on Meta, but really it does make sense. You should have the bias. This is bearish. The macro trend is down. And this weekly 100 is either in a chop phase or it is truly going to get the downside price action now, just like we can move up. So really be watching 600 all the way up to 630. And as long as you have your stop at 656, it doesn't really matter where you position. Is that risk reward is good for you. My next target is right in the 480s to 500. So I'm very interested to see where Meta will go in the future, but that is what I'm seeing currently. I do think it's more bearish than bullish currently. Can quickly flip bullish, but you got to start seeing bulls actually pick it above $600. So, yeah.
Thank you. AAOI would be next for you for a trade. And now, man, fucking Meta's been on a bear market for a year. Since August 2025.
Yeah, good point.
That's crazy. And you have a silver cross to the downside. You're under the 100. This to me was a very important line, meme line or zone in the 596, and you're below that with the 100 right above it, rejecting you. So yeah, I would 100% agree with you, even though it's pointless to agree or disagree.
But on your chart too, you can see like it is easy to go bull on Meta. If bulls actually pick it up here, it's a little floppy. You're really looking for that bear move. You've been in a bear market for a year. It's like the analysis is a little hard because I'm seeing like the points on both ends, but still macro trends down, and we just lost to the weekly 100, and that should just be the summary of it. Under it, the weekly 100, under your meme line at 596, it's gonna dump.
It seems to be doing this bullshit where he does like a lower low and then a higher low and then a lower low and then a higher low and then a lower low. So this one should be a higher low.
Yeah,
but around here before he does a lower low.
But I still think 480s could be an opportunity on Meta. And I think the weekly SMA 200 should be respected. I don't think you've ever hit that. Or no, you did. Okay, you have.
No, you did in 2022.
And then the reclaim caused the move up. So I would use that purple line as like the big spot.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Man, what's going on with Meta? These influencers are not getting paid. They even sent you bills now. That's probably when I should have known that they were in deep shit when they sent me a bill. They were like, "Nah, homie, you owe me money for posting." I was like, "What?"
That's crazy.
Well, when you're a bottom tier influencer like me, that's when you owe the platforms money for existing. Meta, interesante el chopeo, lo pueden ver por acá. En la semanal, sé que esto es un trade a la diaria, pero tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes literalmente la pérdida del promedio del 100 por acá varias veces, pero estás chopeando, güey. Estás de aquí abajo para acá arriba, estás en la mitad y tienes la línea meme, por supuesto, excelente zona para saber arriba alcista, abajo bajista, pero vienes haciendo altos más bajos todo este camino y también bajos más bajos todo este camino. Meta lleva también desde agosto del 2025, lleva un año entero siendo bajista. Olvídate de Bitcoin, todo el mundo llorando con su Bitcoin de octubre, ¿no? Del 2025. Acá la gente que tiene Meta está llorando desde agosto del 2025. Y acá te pone algo bastante sencillo. de seguir. Justamente donde está el SMI, el promedio, perdón, el promedio del 100, el EMA 100, está en los $600, que es más o menos donde deberías de poder acercarte para tener una entrada. Vamos a ver de aquí al, básicamente la invalidación de aquí arriba, sería un 2.5%, y eso tendría sentido. El problema, y este es el problema que vas a tener ahorita, es que la diaria está en una clara tendencia alcista, y lo que tienes que hacer es cerrar esta vela y marcar que estás en una tendencia bajista, porque acabas de recuperar tu promedio del 5 y tu promedio del 9 por acá. Pero está rechazando toda esta zona hasta ahorita. Y el pedo es que acá tienes un gap, ¿no? De toda esta zona también. Y aquí arriba, el promedio del 200. Y para una invalidación chida, está hasta acá arriba, güey. Entonces, aquí yo diría, no tienes un trade, a menos que te esperes, veas que caiga, ¿no? Que se deshaga esta formación alcista, caes, el retesteo de los 600 es donde te metes, porque esto te daría la seguridad de que este fue el tope. ¿Me entiendes? Y ya puedes usar básicamente esta vela para invalidar de 600 a esta vela. Ahorita no tienes nada, güey. Esta vela puede cerrar así, la siguiente puede cerrar acá, la siguiente acá y la que sigue acá. Y continúa en una tendencia alcista intacta. Ese es el pedo de donde estás ahorita. Entonces, básicamente esperarte. Si eres más aventado, pues de una, güey, ponte acá y invalídalo en los 608. A cierto punto, tu objetivo debe ser el SMI 200 semanal, que no ha tocado desde el mercado bajista del 2022, que está en los 488. ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, si ya fue lo que te dio el pompazo, tienes que mínimo venir a retestearlo una vez, ¿no? Y no es como que Meta no lo retestea, lo retesteaste en diciembre del 2018. Ah, temporalidad, atento. Lo retesteaste en marzo del 2020 y puta, te sumergiste por debajo en el mercado más bajista que hemos visto en años en el 2022. Entonces, la cosa es posicionarte. Esto, y si me preguntan, ¿esto puede darse la vuelta y venir a la parte alta de acá, hacer esto y caer? También puede. Por eso yo creo que si estás dispuesto a hacerlo, lo más cercano a esta invalidación sería lo correcto, en los 608, y ahí pues simplemente no apostar tanto o esperarte y ser paciente, ver que caiga y el retesteo de esta zona, si te lo da, ahí es donde invalidas. Ya tienes más certeza que va para abajo. Tiene cara que hace bajos, bajos más altos. Luego hace un bajo más bajo, bajo más alto, bajo más bajo. ¿Qué sigue? Un bajo más alto. Y yo imaginaría que fuera a hacer eso. Así que ahí tienes un trade en Meta, mi estimado, si es que lo quieres tomar. Bastante riesgoso, en mi opinión, en este momento. Mr. Parjano, we're ready for some salamis.
Alrighty. Let's get started on Soilana.
The land of the soy.
Monstrous amounts of soy.
Soylandia. Soylandia.
Soy like Similandia.
Yeah, but for salamis.
Alright. So weekly is currently still flipped up. Weekly does still have bullish divergence. This is going to remain active as long as you're closing over about $71.40. And from here, you are getting multiple rejections of D9.
Did you freeze or did your computer freeze? Hopefully it's your
Maybe
computer.
it's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's his computer probably. Give him a few seconds.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
we
yeah.
can now.
Yeah, the hotel Wi-Fi kicked me off for a second. I had to sign back in.
All right, you're back.
Beautiful. All right. So now with that rejection from that mid band, looking towards somewhere around the 9 EMA and the 5, and around these dots, somewhere around like $74, slightly below $75. Let's go to the daily. Daily is also looking somewhere around that same regions, right around $75, which is this mid band. This is the first time you're coming back to retest this after getting that closure back above. This previous lower high right over here was a rejection. The time before there, where you got a closure over, it took you into the dots, and right now we got that close over. We got to move into the dots, and if we can't hold that on a closing basis, then you're likely going to retrace this entire pump like you did over here. If you can hold it, then that brings you into this upper region right around the 100 EMA, around like 78 to 80 bucks. There is currently a long right around this region here, 74-ish bucks. 74, 75, and this also comes along with the 4-hour 200 SMA. The risk on that one is about 2.9%, which is at this previous 4-hour wick low. I'm not using this one because this one I feel like is likely to get swept, or it's possible that this one could get swept. I think this one is safer. And what else? Let's check RSI. You are now putting in possibility of weekly hidden bullish divergence, but you need a close over $77.64 to confirm. If you do confirm, it brings you to $96. 5-day, also possible. You need a closure over 76.58 on the 5-day to confirm it. Brings you towards around 90, 96, 97 bucks, right along these previous highs. It is about to put in a fresh drive bullish divergence. This will confirm with a knee closure over $75.08, and this brings you into this 55 EMA right around 85 bucks. Today has a local bottom, targets around $80.69, nice number, and support is at 74.80. Okie dokie. Let me check what the entry is real quick on this. This is at $75.50. So did you get filled? Almost filled. Daily is putting in bearish divergence. This will confirm with any closure below $75.84, and this will give you a move to 73.80, right around 74 bucks. $12 also putting in hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 76.28, and that brings you towards around 79, not 79, sorry, dyslexia, 74.90. 4-hour local top brings you towards around 75.50. That is our entry. Dookie. Let's check out momentum. Weekly is currently flipped down, but it's very close to flipping up here with an closure over $74.69. Nice number. And you're right at the edge of the bearish control zone too, very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone with volatility back to extremes. 2 days currently flipped up with volatility at many periods of extremes, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $71.51. Daily is also flipped up, now exiting the bearish control zone, about to break into the bullish control zone, and it will break in as long as you're closing over $73.73. The last time daily entered into the bullish control zone was this region here. We got a pretty respectable rally off of that. And we got a derp of life and volatility now starting to expand with momentum flipped up. 12-hour is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing over $77.20. And you will silver cross to the upside as long as you're closing over $74.90. That's like 75 bucks basically. 4 hours also currently flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 77.18. And on this next open, you're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. The pivot should go down at that point. 2 hours currently flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 76.73. Slightly lower towards like $75.50 to $75, right around this area here. All right. So we do currently have that long right around at 75.50. That lines up with the daily coming down to connect somewhere between the 5 and the 921 EMA, based off of the higher time frames, which are very close to flipping back up with volatility at extreme. Weekly is right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and if it does flip back up here, this will exit the bearish control zone, and price is currently slightly over that pivot. This, you do have 6 days left to go, which is an eternity in shitcoin line, but this is going to come down to this weekly pivot. The idea for the long is that this will continue back up, and if you go along with the medium-term time frames, like the 2-day, that is freshly flipped back up right at the edge of the critical zone with a derp of life, plus you got volatility at extreme lows. Daily is still flipped up despite getting this little pullback here, and the pivot is all the way down at $73.73 with daily volatility now just about to start firing off. Plus your 9 is about to cross over your 21. Doesn't really mean that much. It's just more of a faster EMA crossing over. A slower one gives you a little bit of an extension. And then if you come down to the lower time frames, you are coming back down to retest your 200 SMA, or coming down to retest somewhere around the 100 to 55. And these are also putting in some hidden bullish divergences. Like if you see, which one is it? Is it the 4? Yeah, the 4 hour is now taking out these areas here, all the way, including this level, this low from this zone here. You're all the way back below, and you're still making a higher low off of on a closing basis. So you could come all the way down to $75. This still would be a higher low. The invalidation is once you take out this on a wick basis, take out this low, which is at 73.34, or on a closing basis, take out $74.56. Either one of those, and those are pretty close to the entry. Take it from 75.50. Oops. This one on a closing basis is 1.2% ish, and right around 1.27, and this one is right just below 3% at 2.88%. And based off of the weekly, very close to being flipped back up. 2-day, 3-day. 3 days about to come down to the edge of the bearish control zone. This one isn't at that zone yet, but the 2-day had come down to the bearish control zone, while the daily is also exiting the bearish control zone now. That idea would take you up towards somewhere around $78 to $80, and then on continuation somewhere around that low $80 region, and on the higher target somewhere into the $90-ish to $100 zone.
So the entry would be 75.50, you say?
Yeah.
All right.
75.50 to $75.
Yeah. Okay. I'd be a little conservative here and do the $75 would make more sense, because this fucking bitch is pointing up. Doesn't mean anything, but scary, very scary. Salami's looking good though. Oh, our entry for our long is in there. Not bad. Okay. Solana, Alex is doing AAOI, and then what the fuck is this? GRCLF.
GRCLF.
So that's for Farhan, for investing.
GRCLF.
Grain Corp.
Yeah, it's like a grain corporation. Okay, let's do this. Solana is perfecto. Okay. Solana, bastante sencillo, brother. Solana está en una deliciosa micro tendencia alcista, ¿no? O si lo quieres ver más de lejos, tendencia alcista a a más largo plazo, desde el fondo que tocó el 6 de junio, hizo altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos y continúa. Ahorita está haciendo un alto más bajo, simplemente dándose la vuelta para abajo. Puedes ver que tienes todos los promedios de Solamis aquí apuntando para arriba. Tienes el 9 cruzando por encima del 21, que es alcista, el 5 por encima del 21 y el 9 también y el del 34. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue? Básicamente lo que esperaríamos es simplemente un retesteo de esta zona, ¡plup!, para después dar continuación, venir mínimo al promedio del 100 entre los 78 a 80 dólares. ¿Cómo vas a entrar? Vas a voltear a ver tu tabla de 4 horas y en tu tabla de 4 horas aquí vas a tener la opción, mi estimado. Tienes, 1, el retesteo del promedio del 200, que está aquí, tu SMA 200 en los 75.40. 2, tienes tu posible entrada en el promedio del 34 en los 75.25. O 3, tienes tu última entrada justamente aquí en tu promedio del 100 en básicamente los 74.75. ¿Qué vas a usar de invalidación? Básicamente este mínimo de acá en los 73.13. Entonces, va a depender de qué es lo que quieras usar tú de entrada, qué tan exquisito te quieras poner para saber cuánto le vas a meter de apalancamiento, como has visto en los videos de Elite Trading Academy, cómo usar apalancamiento. ¿Por qué? Porque si entras donde estás, ponte tú ahorita, te da FOMO y quieres salirte ahí, estás hablando de una caída de 3.55%. Deja usar buen margen, pero no lo más recomendable. Digamos que vas a usar el SMI 200 a esta invalidación. Estás hablando de un casi 3% plano. Digamos que vas a usar el 34 para esta invalidación. Estarías un 2.84 y digamos que vas a usar el promedio del 100 a esta invalidación. Estás hablando de un 2.15% de invalidación. Y ahí es donde deberías de encontrar tu siguiente punto de rebote a esa zona de donde vas a sacar tu take profit de 78 a 80 dólares en los Solamis. ¿Ok? A fin de cuentas, los Solamis no se ven mal, simplemente necesitaban un ajuste, honestamente, solamente aquí lo tienes en la semanal. Estás literalmente ante el promedio del 9 que no te deja pasar, pero ya puedes ver como el 9 y el 5 están juntos por acá, empieza a ponerse buena la cosa y tu promedio del 200 está acá. No sé por qué dije eso, pero ahí lo tienes. Bien, 63,900 esos bitcoins después de 63,700. Vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Vamos a ver AAOI.
All right, let's see here. Don't know how, when, where we were looking at this, but we were looking at this. Some kind of move down. I don't know when. Let me see.
I think on the last live stream, it was because he was looking into investing and he didn't to the zone that we had marked as an investment. So now he's looking for a trade.
Makes sense. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think the idea on this weekly was watching for a pullback. You'll either then get like consolidation on $130 right here, the red line, which will be a telling sign. You can see price has already hit that. On the daily, it'll correlate to maybe even a bull flag here. It means you'll need to just consolidate above that 130 for 1-2 more days. And I believe that'll actually give you a pretty easy trade up to 170s. Until then, you're actually looking for kind of like a deviation trade here. Why? Because you want this gap to be filled. And on the higher time frames, there is an inefficiency which could afford a little move down. What do I mean by that? You had the amazing green dildo, but you haven't retested even your 5, and you were pretty held under your 34. I'd like to see this 34 tested. Now, right, the flip end is the median is you're slightly above price now. So the median should ideally hold, bringing you up to that 160, 170 zone, meaning you might not get that deeper pullback. So that's why you should be watching for that bull flag scenario on like the daily above 130. An easy trade though, and even for an investment spot, I believe would be right into that 110 to 115 zone. Possibly even 120, but I think 110 to like 115 would be a good spot to be positioning. There you're playing your retest. There you get your bullish price structure like we were talking about, and that's when you can maybe get the reclaim and move up. Remember, that's not happening now, and you're even holding the 130 currently. So I would just be, if you're looking for a trade, 2 zones. 130 has to hold. If it holds until Wednesday, okay, this is a long. we're going to take whatever wick low from this 130, wherever it is. Maybe it's down to like 122. Maybe it's all the way up to the 5 at 127. Wherever it is, as long as we stay above 130, you're going to be longing your stop loss at the low. You'll be targeting around 160 to 170. Now, if today, right, because you're at the 97.5% on the daily, so you would need to see consolidation first point. The ranges need to step up. You're probably not going to break out today. So, you don't need to be an aggressive bull today. But if you do end up seeing this close under 130 today, this is going to start moving down to 125. And that's where things on the higher time frame, like that weekly perspective, might come into play. You might just get the retest, take out aggressive longs, and then move up. Regardless, though, on AAOI, I think above 103 is bullish, honestly. I think any move down to that 110 zone is an opportunity. And if you end up holding the 5 and consolidating, the ranges will step up. And by like Friday, you'll get that move to 170. Until then, be conservative here. Be patient. Even the most bullish bulls are just waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4 days of consolidation before going up. There's the flag and there's the expansion. If you end up closing above 149, you're going to get continuation up. So that can be kind of like an easy gauge on if you're really waiting for lower and you end up just closing above this wick high. Yeah, it's not coming. You're going higher. So you have some easy areas. You're not ready to long here, though. You need at least one more close. So today needs to close tomorrow, and then you can start trading maybe on Thursday, Wednesday. So in all honesty, you're looking for this to hold. 130 is the big spot. Maybe a bull flag is forming here. It's still too early to say. As long as you hold above 130, you're going to get a move up to 160 to 170. And that will literally play out very nicely. You hold it, you break out. It's very easy. But if you end up falling back under 130, you're back within this range, and price action can very easily move back down to around that 110 zone. Understand that the aggressive long is the bull flag play, longing here. And the conservative long would be waiting for the weekly, because then the aggressive longers get taken out. You form that weekly bullish price structure and you move up. Understand this was a weekly trend shift here. So you are technically in higher high posturing. And we know it's not very good to be longing higher high posturing. Wait at minimum a throwback. You can even see price for 1 week. You got the reclaim. It stayed above for 1 week. And then you got the expansion. So really, this 130 is a big spot for you. You have many trades dictating if 130 is going to hold. And if it doesn't, you're bidding lower. You're watching your weekly 34. You're absolutely wrong on this being bullish if you get back under 103. But yeah, in all honesty, just wait to see where the daily closes. Watch 130. If you close under the 5, you're going to move down to 110. That's where you most likely long. And if it doesn't hold, then yeah, this was a trap. This was just like a typical liquidity grab up. Trap longs. This isn't going to trend shift, and you're probably going to take the low out around 70s if you do lose that 103 zone. So I really hope that made sense. You have 2 trades here, either a daily bull flag or a weekly throwback. Preferably, you'll do the weekly throwback, and the stop loss will just be at this green dildo's wick low. If you take the bull flag trade, which is aggressive, you're just going to take whatever low is here, and that could come off the 5. That could be at 128. The low could already be in, technically. We just need more data. Whatever low, wick low is here above 130. That's the low you're going to run with the stop loss. You're going to target 160 to 170. So options here, preferably wait for the weekly trade. But if you are really bullish on this, you can play the daily bull flag. So yeah, I hope that made sense. And I was kind of everywhere, but it does make sense if you really do just wait for the weekly. And that could even be the investment zone we talked about. But we just have to wait for that 130. Can't disregard it, really. And if it holds above the daily 100 and faces off the 5, then I think it would be wrong to just be waiting for that 110 when maybe even 130 is an easy trade. So just watch your options there.
Thank you, señor. Perfecto. Ok. Estamos viendo applied optoelectrics, ¿no? AAOI. Para un trade. Aquí tienes 2 sopas. Ahora, esto se ve arriesgado y te voy a decir por qué. Porque, y como dice Alex, ¿no? Si eres muy alcista, vas a esperar a que esta zona básicamente consolide por acá para después reventar a la alza, ¿no? El pedo de esto es que tienes este alto, este bajo, un alto más bajo. y vamos a irnos ya macro, un bajo más bajo. ¿Qué te hace pensar que esto no es un alto más bajo? ¿No? Básicamente. ¿Qué te hace pensar que lo vas a romper y ya se acabó el mercado bajista en esta mamada? Porque es básicamente donde estás. ¿No? Esto tiene en mis ojos más probabilidad de venir para abajo que no. Sobre todo ahorita estaba viendo el RSI en la diaria. Este alto de acá no es más alto que este alto. Digo que este alto, perdón, de acá. Y en el RSI sí lo es. Eso es una posibilidad de divergencia bajista. Entonces no estoy completamente convencido de que esto ya se vaya a ir al cielo, pero todo puede pasar. Si quieres ser agresivamente alcista, en esto, te voy a enseñar cómo posicionar de acuerdo a ello. Lo primero, vas a encontrar una zona importante que tiene confluencia con la zona en donde estás. ¿Qué te parecen estos altos? Y ahí voy a poner una línea meme. ¿Ok? Y puedes ver que justamente lo que estás haciendo es, veniste aquí abajo, reventaste a la alza, caíste y ahora estás acá. Justamente por encima de la línea meme que te conecta con el alto que te rechazó, que después se convirtió en soporte y te llevó al alto histórico. Bien, después acá se volvió soporte, aguantó hasta que no aguantó, retesteó y te llevó para abajo. Y ahora estás acá. La idea es, tienes que cerrar más velas por acá sin llevarte esto. En el momento en que te lleves esta zona de los 150, básicamente el retesteo de los 150 es donde te quieres meter en long y usar probablemente esta vela como tu invalidación, que probablemente quede muy lejos. ¿Ok? Si te quedas en el rango por debajo en donde estás, acá lo que esperarías cerrar es básicamente tienes un cierre, dos cierres, quieres el martes y el miércoles que también cierren acá y el jueves posicionar, que aguanten y no se lleven este mínimo. ¿No? Este mínimo está en 119. Entonces, lo más cerca a esta línea en los 127 y vamos a ver qué tan lejos está esa invalidación. Puta, es un 6,82%. Personalmente no creo que haya un trade por ahí. Pero, ojo, a mí lo que me gustaría ver, personalmente más que mi línea meme ser retesteada, es el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 está aquí abajo, en los 125. ¿Qué tan lejos quedo de la invalidación? Ya más decente, 5%, sigue siendo un chingo. Para mí no tienes tanto un trade. La otra es, espérate a ver si regresas acá al promedio del 200 y a esta zona. Esta sería la jugada de cracks, la jugada buena. Alex lo puso en vez de aquí abajo en el promedio del 34, porque ese retesteo es el que no has hecho. Rompes, caes del promedio del 34, rompes a la alza y no has venido a retestearlo. Tienes todo esto formándose acá, pero tu retesteo del 34 es lo que debería aguantar y te va a poner una invalidación acá. El pedo de eso otra vez es una invalidación de 20%. O sea, no mames, no se puede. Es más, entrando acá donde te lo estoy poniendo yo, aquí abajo es un 10%. No tiene sentido. Yo creo que la mejor jugada de esto es simplemente esperar acá el promedio del 34. ¡Pum! Reventaste. Ya lo retesteaste. Entonces va a ser el promedio del 100, el rojo que está acá. Venir al retesteo del promedio del 100 e invalidarlo acá con un 5%. Esa es el único trade que tiene una posibilidad de una invalidación que tiene más o menos sentido. Personalmente yo no creo que haya un trade aquí. Lo más, y también ahí te va, revientas aquí a la alza y digamos que te metes aquí. Tu invalidación a esta parte de abajo de esta vela son 13%. Aquí no tienes un trade, en mi opinión. Si no, ya te di la idea en general. Mr. Barjano, let's see GRCLF for an investment. GRCLF.
Alrighty, GRCLF.
Oh, this is a fucking horrendous chart. Okay.
Alrighty. And this is for long-term investment. Let's go here. See which one we got. We got enough time frame or enough data for quarterly. So let's go with that. One sec. Let me enter this short.
And this is an OTC stock.
It doesn't trade on American stock markets.
No, it says that it's an OTC stock. So you see on the D that you have right there at the all the way to the right of the chart. No, left. Right after the last candle, there's
So
a D. Click it
data is delayed. Data is delayed by 15 minutes. Wow, I pay for the premium data and I still get my shit delayed. That's
because
not
it's an
fair.
OTC market.
I see. So it's not possible for them to have it real time. I guess let's go into. It's trying to make a higher low here. It doesn't look like this is going to come through though. It's looking very weak. Momentum is starting to flip back up on the quarterly, taking out this previous low. You also took it out in price, so there's no divergence here. No bullish divergence here either. Not even possible. You're getting a rejection right where it would if it's going to be bearish. Let's go into monthly. Monthly is still flipped up. This is lower low, so there's no bullish divergence here. To make a bullish divergence, you would need to make another lower low from here on price, and then you would have to make a higher low on momentum. So that would go along with continued rejections from this 5 EMA in this box zone around $4. That'd bring you down towards somewhere around $2.80. And then maybe at 280 you can try to put in a macro low, although it's kind of knife catching. I hate stocks that look like this. Weekly, any divergence? Nothing forming yet. Weekly still has a buy signal, so you probably will come up to retest somewhere into that $4 region. Oh, this probably rejects. Let's go to 2-day. 2-day also 2-day also making its way towards that 414, 415 region. Let's go back into the monthly real quick. Make this go away for a second. The $2.80 zone would be right around this zone here. See if it's any significant on the quarterly. Put a meme line. Kind of lines up with this region here, or you deviated this and then this gave you your busting action, and it would also give you a deviation of your current low at this point here. Let's make this one dotted. There we go. Give you a little move down here. The idea would be to take out this low, close back above it, and then take out this high after that. Although this is kind of a gamble, kind of a gamble to be honest. And you'd put your stop loss would be pretty significantly low, but this is a long term trade, so a little bit less relevant. It's not going to be super highly leveraged. 47%. Good lord. Never mind.
Even on spot.
Even on SPY, you're just losing half your money. This is kind of bad. I'm leaning towards no trade, but I'm going to look at RSI and then confirm. GRCLF. No. Go away. Read some books. monthly bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $3.51. You're back at the bearish control zone though. Looks like it's going to break into the bearish control zone. 2 week also has bullish divergence, although this is also very close to invalidating. You would have a short-term target of around $2.80. It still would be active if you went to 2.8. Actually, no, you very likely invalidate at that point because you'd likely close below 335. So the only hopium scenario is you go down to 280 and you get bought up real quick and close back over 335. That's the only scenario where then I would say that you could buy into this thing, and then at that point you would have an SFP if your last macro low, and then you're probably going to take out this next high. But if you're just taking out 280, probably not a good idea to just buy into this thing blindly. Weekly is putting in bearish divergence. That gives you a target of somewhere around like $3.25. 5-day also putting in bearish divergence gives you $2.99. 3-day hidden bearish divergence gives you $3. 2-day hidden bearish divergence gives you $2.74. Daily hidden bearish divergence gives you around $2.50. These levels will update. And 4 hours hidden bearish divergence, and that targets around $3.50 and then $2.40. So the idea here is for now on the macro to come down towards that $2.80 area, and then you would want to see a wick below that $2.80 zone, and then you want to see a closure back over $3.35, and on at least a daily closing basis. If you get that, then sure, you can buy in or start buying into it as close as to $2.80 as possible, and then you're going to be looking for this previous high on a daily basis to be taken out. Actually, the last high on a weekly basis. But it's the same thing, right around that $5 zone, and that from that $2.80 area is almost a 100% gain. But if you don't close back over $3.35, no trade.
So wait, you wanna see this bullshit to come back here, or you're gonna see this bullshit to come back to 280, and then if it doesn't close anything over 380, right? That's what you said.
Around 335.
Oh, 335. So you would buy right here after he does that, not before.
After it deviates that line and then comes back over 335, then buying into that support at 335.
Got it. Okay. Well, you boys are done. So thank you so much for everything. Is there any notes before you guys go?
Not for me. As of this point, kind of looks like this year getting the breakdown, and probably looking towards 61.5. Then at that point, if we get daily closure below 64,000.
Yeah, same with me. Just watch the range 62.2, 65, 69. So we'll watch to see if we lose 64 today. And if you lose 64,000, it's the breakdown at 62.2. But with everything I mentioned, unsure if 62.2 will hold. So watch carefully that. Yeah,
Sounds
stream,
good.
boys. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, boys. You have a nice day.
You as well. Happy Monday.
Thank you. Happy Monday.
Buenas tardes, muchachos and cabrones.
Hasta luego, señor. Gracias. Esto es una atrocidad de tabla. Tu último alto histórico fue en el 2013. Tu alto grande del 2022 fue un alto más bajo que este. Y esto simplemente tiene cara que se va a ir a cero. Pero quieres invertir en esto, ¿no? Nunca voy a entender esto. Mi puta vida. Solamente porque esté cerca de un bajo no significa que es bueno. Porque si te pones a pensar, solamente del 2022, ¿ok? Del bajo para acá, esto es lo que estás haciendo. Una tendencia bajista que va a acabar en un bajo más bajo. Pero, güey, quiero a huevo invertir en esto. Ahí te va la clave. De acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y también divergencias alcistas, bajistas, etcétera, para armarte el pedo sencillo es esto. ¿Quieres ver el precio caer a los 280? ¿no? Y de ahí rebotar con fuerza y empezar a cerrar por encima de los 3.35. Cerrando encima de los 3.35, no ahorita, después de que caiga acá y rebote y empieces a cerrar por acá, y estamos hablando de literalmente velas de 2 semanas, ¿ok? No de cualquier pendejada, de velas de 2 semanas. Después de caer acá, regresar acá, pues estarías poniendo un bajo más alto y estarías formando estructura y eso podría llevarte a divergencias alcistas, etcétera. Pero hasta que no hagas eso, no metas las manos porque esto está cayendo, estás en una tendencia bajista. Entonces, ya lo sabes. Caer 280, rebotar, no llevarte este mínimo. Te llevas este mínimo, tío, y esto se va a ir a cero, ¿ok? Y empezar a cerrar por encima de 3.35. Eso es todo lo que necesitas. Y cuando empieces a cerrar por encima de 3.35, ahí es donde agregas. Esa sería la idea. Les voy a decir que dijeron con Bitcoin ahorita, que se fueron, sencillo. Si el día de hoy cerramos por debajo de los 64, eso quiere decir que el siguiente movimiento va a ser a los 62,262, entre 62,800 y 62,200. Si esa zona no aguanta, probablemente nuevo mínimo. Si cierras por encima de 64, sigues en la misma mamada en la que sigues ahorita. Básicamente, arriba de 65, muy alcista. Pero es lo que estamos viendo hasta ahora con los bitcoins y con estas mamadas. Y damas y caballeros, me voy, que tengo que salir corriendo. Ok. ¿No les agarró el long? Qué mamada. Yo imagino que a nosotros tampoco, porque Alex es lo que dijo. Ahorita no, que no habíamos entrado todavía, entonces creo que estamos en las mismas. Ok, me voy, me tengo que arreglar, que tengo que hacer algo ahorita. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, muchísimas gracias por estar por acá y un saludo a toda la gente en Colombia, que estuvo cabrón ese nuevo terremoto, carajo. Qué mamada. Pero el sol está con todo, güey. Está abusivamente loco. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar por